The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey! Welcome on in to a Friday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. I got the Glass Man with me again. PJ Glasser's in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday. And yes, that's right, kicking off your 4th of July weekend. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. And you can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. It's a Friday, baby. We got a lot of fun things planned for you. We're going to talk plenty of World Cup. Argentina and Cape Verde just kicked off. Can we see a monumental Cinderella upset? We'll be keeping you posted throughout that one. We got Ghana, Colombia later tonight. We're going to talk a little Wimbledon. We'll do the list. We'll do some hot or cold. And we got plenty of baseball to talk about this weekend as well. We're going to go streaking in this first hour. All the good stuff on this Friday. But PJ, I couldn't help but notice Rich Paul and Max Kellerman talking about LeBron and where he's going to go. And they got the whole whiteboard. And Did you get a chance? Did you watch more than like 5 minutes worth of this? Because I got to be honest, I can already see this lasting into August, and it's gonna make me angry. Just the amount of attention seeking, and Rich Paul made a whiteboard of teams and went through the pros and cons. Like I'm kind of annoyed about it already, but then again. I guess LeBron, even at 41, going on 42, whatever team he does decide to join, if it's a championship caliber team, he could be the missing piece to take that team over the top. I think that's kind of like, that's how we have to view LeBron. And so, yeah, this is going to be a big decision as most of the chaos from NBA free agency has already died down. But before we get into some of the sound from it, your overall thoughts on what Rich Paul was saying about the teams and basically making a nice little whiteboard for LeBron's destinations.
It's very interesting how they're going about this. Like we got the decision, part one, with LeBron going to South Beach in Miami, and we all remember how that went. This kind of feels like we're getting the decision part two with what team he decides to go to. When he decided to go back to Cleveland, when he decided to go to the Lakers, there was none of this that was going on. It was all speculation, and then it was just reports of where he was going. Now, like you said, we get Rich Paul on all these shows. He's doing these hits. He does his podcast with Max. They're filling out the whiteboard. They're talking about different teams. The odds on all these offshore markets, Pat, are just fluctuating left and right. It's going to be interesting. I remain steady on my thought that I do not think he's going to Cleveland. And the Cavs right now are the betting favorite. They're minus money at most shops. If you want to bet into that kind of thing, like they are the favorite because as you were talking about the clips that we're going to play, that is one of the favorites right now of where LeBron is going to land. I just, like I've been saying, I just don't see it, man. I think he's closed that chapter on that part of his life. He gets to go home to Akron, Cleveland, whenever he wants. He gets to visit his friends. He gets to visit his family. He won his championship. He did all that there was to do. I get the part of it that you want to finish your career where you grew up, and that is pretty cool to be able to do that. But, you went out the way that you wanted to. You went out a champion. You delivered for your city, and ultimately I think that's how he wants to remembered, and he doesn't want to open that book up again. So I think it's going to be a new team, whether that ends up being Golden State, whether that's Minnesota, whether that's Denver Nuggets. I think he goes somewhere new. But Pat, like you, I kind of think this process is going to be pretty drawn out. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get an answer from LeBron in late July, towards the end of Summer League, early August, somewhere in that neighborhood. But it's he still moves the needle, man. I mean, all these years later, at the age of 41, entering year 23, it's still pretty incredible.
It is. But before we get into what, as you think it's not Cleveland, I think it is Cleveland. I think the Philadelphia 76ers have absolutely entered that conversation, and we'll talk about that in a second. But PJ, I had a bunch of friends texting me over the last 2 days. Is LeBron going to the Knicks? Like, should we want LeBron? What's the chances? Like, is that a good thing? Like, the Knicks already won a title. It's not like he's trying to save the Knicks here if they didn't win a title. Like, Patty, should we want LeBron here? What's going on? And a couple Knicks reporters as well that I'm friends with texted and said, "Would you want LeBron?" And I don't. I really don't. But I'm glad the Knicks did win that title, because here is Rich Paul on the Game Over podcast talking to Max Kellerman saying that if the Knicks lost, LeBron, there would be no question LeBron would be headed to New York.
Because the whole conference got better, I think, and the Knicks lost Mitchell Robinson, by the way, to the Celtics. I think the Knicks are more reasonably on the board in terms of the way the public would perceive it than they would have been.
Well, look, I think it's difficult, right? Because the last thing you want to do is mess up something like that, right? The Knicks has a good thing going. That'll be, if the Knicks hadn't have won, there would be no board.
He'd be going to the Knicks.
He'd be going to the Knicks.
Interesting.
But the fact that they won.
So imagine that, PJ. If the Knicks lost to the Spurs, without a doubt, LeBron James would be coming to New York City. He'd be coming to the Knicks to try to save them, to get him over the hump to win that title. And you know what, PJ? Maybe if the Knicks did lose, maybe I'd be open to it. I'm glad the Knicks won the title, obviously, for a million different reasons. But I'm glad they won the title because I don't want LeBron. Like, take a hike, pal. And PJ, maybe I'm bitter. I don't live maybe by the mantra, forgive but don't forget. I don't forgive in some instances, and I definitely do not forget. And I'll never forget how LeBron hung the Knicks out, teased all the Knicks fans, teased New York City to drum up the interest and the speculation around the decision before he ultimately went to the Miami Heat. He had no plans to ever go to the New York Knicks. It was never, ever, ever going to happen. And the way that his camp and Rich Paul and the reporting and some of the rumors they leaked, they made it sound like it was very possible, if not likely, that he was going to the New York Knicks. So he played the Knicks and Knicks fans, like myself included, like a flute. And so I'll never get over that. I'll never forget that. So now, if the Knicks won a title, sorry, we don't need LeBron. Don't need him. The Knicks can repeat without him. They can repeat without him. I'm good. I don't ever need LeBron to play in the Garden. I never needed LeBron to play in the Garden, except for when it was 2010, 2012, whenever the hell that was, and the Knicks were an absolute laughingstock. That's when the Knicks needed LeBron, not now. So good. I'm glad we don't have to live in that alternate if reality, that if the Knicks didn't win the title, he'd be going there, because the Knicks did win a title. So I think that Rich Paul basically kind of shut down LeBron going to the Knicks, and I'm glad. I'm glad because of it.
It's interesting, though, Pat, because if the Knicks would have lost to the Spurs, I don't think they make any drastic changes. I think that entire starting five is back next year with Brunson, with Cat, with OG, with Mikal Bridges, all these guys. I think they're all back. So the fact that he would have come to the team if they didn't win it, I think is pretty interesting. He doesn't want to ruin a good thing. Also, so much of this conversation has been, does LeBron want to be the number 2 on the new team that he goes to, or does he want to be that number 1 guy, maybe in terms of like the headlines in the media, but really he's got a player that's going to help him in terms of basketball? I mean, even if the Knicks lose that finals, like, you step into that Knicks team, it's Brunson's team. And maybe, the appeals of playing at MSG, playing for the Knicks, living in New York City, all those kinds of things, I think definitely play a factor. But those were big takeaways for me. The fact that the Knicks winning a championship just completely changed everything from LeBron, when the Knicks really wouldn't have changed their roster. And I know they lost Mitchell Robinson, but that's really the only key piece. And then the other part is, we all along kind of thought that the Warriors and Steph is the only player that he would really defer to at this point. But now that kind of tells me that he would be willing to go to Minnesota and play with Ant-Man, or he'd be willing to go to Denver and play with Jokic, or he'd go to Philly And, Rich Paul was talking about a bunch today, how much he absolutely loves Maxey. So very, very telling here. And also, you just, can you really take 100% what Rich Paul is saying? Because he's done this long enough. He's been with LeBron long enough. He knows what different eggs to plant out in the media. Him and Max have worked together. They know the segments they're going to talk about, the questions he's going to ask them. He's a calculated guy, man. And like we're talking about at the beginning, I mean, so much of this, it feels like mind games. It feels like it's being dragged out. They want this to act as this thing that everybody's watching over the next couple weeks. You definitely have to listen to what he's saying because he's LeBron's agent, but I wouldn't take like everything he says, with 100% accuracy, but definitely very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some trolling involved there. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned some of the X's and O's why the Knicks probably don't need LeBron. I mean, he definitely would not be a good fit. I mean, like you said, that's Brunson's team, which they talked about. We can hear from that. We can hear that piece of sound in a little bit. But, that's Brunson's team. And at this point, LeBron playing off the ball next to Mikal Bridges, next to OG, like those guys play off the ball. You're going to have another guy that is going to play off the ball. And if LeBron does want to be the point guard, like that's Brunson. That's Brunson's job. The Knicks offense, which, by the way, was overly Brunson to the point where it was hero iso ball Brunson. They got away from that this playoffs. That's why they were able to win the title. But like you can't, it just would not fit. A guy that's ball dominant like LeBron, and if he's not going to be ball dominant, he's going to play off the ball. The Knicks have a bunch of guys that already play off the ball. What position would he play? Like he's not, I'm sorry. Like who is LeBron going to be in the starting lineup for? And I say that with all seriousness. Like Mikal Bridges, OG, Cat all have very, very defined roles at this point for the New York Knicks. They have very defined roles. So it's like, honestly, where like he just would not fit in that starting five. And then, again, I guess maybe he would start over Josh Hart and he'd have Josh Hart play on the bench. But Josh Hart does so many great things for the Knicks. And they really came together with perfect cohesion. And it might sound cliche, it might sound corny. I might just sound like a bitter Knicks fan that wanted LeBron a long time ago and he never came to the Knicks. Now he was going to join them if they didn't win the title. Like, I think it would, if anything, it would only ruin the chemistry. It would only ruin the chemistry. But, PJ, of course, Rich Paul said there was initially said there was about 10 to 12 teams that reached out. Then he said only one or two have not reached out. So Max goes on to ask Rich Paul if the Knicks have gone ahead and called about LeBron.
Have the Knicks called?
Yeah.
Knicks checked in?
They checked in. The one thing for sure, you want to respect what those guys have built. And also, it's Jalen Brunson's show. You want to respect that. He's earned that right. He's performed well. You want to
I hear what you're
that.
saying about Jalen Brunson making the call.
Yeah.
But I just saw LeBron. LeBron's problem has never been that he shows up and he needs to take over.
No.
It's the opposite. He shows up and eventually the teammates have to come to him and say, you got to do more.
But Max, it's not just about basketball. You've never been in a locker room with this guy. Just ask anybody. Ask any player. It's not just that. In New York City, this guy?
It would take it. Here's the thing. If you talk to Knicks fans and say you can have Kevin Durant, they will tell you, no thanks. If you say you can have LeBron James, they say, yes, please.
No, not true. Maybe 2 months ago. KD. No, KD absolutely. I would actually rather have 5 G League players than Kevin Durant. Like fill out the Knicks roster. Never want Kevin Durant on my team or anywhere near it. No, thank you. Never.
That's fair. That's
not
fair.
now. Yeah. Not never. Even if the Knicks didn't win a title and Kevin Durant literally went to a microphone and said, I want to play with the New York Knicks, I would say, get the hell away. Get the hell away. Because what he did with Kyrie Irving was probably worse. The flirting and the teasing and the coming to New York, and they go to the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, come on. Because they couldn't handle the spotlight of New York City and Madison Square Garden. So, again, I'll be dead honest. If the Knicks didn't win the title and this was a conversation, I'd probably say, all right, we'll take them. Because what could it hurt? Because the Knicks got to conference finals last year and lost. They fire Tom Thibodeau. They bring in Mike Brown. They get to the finals. And if they lost to the Spurs, I'd say I need a title. This window ain't going to be open forever. We'll find a way to make it work. Knicks won the title. I don't need LeBron now to come in and try to do a sequel where everything gets possibly ruined, because I've seen what the heights are for the Knicks, and that is a championship. So now I feel like at this point it can only be a negative if LeBron were to come join the Knicks.
I agree and I disagree. I think because they won the title, you're definitely risking bringing him in. But I do think, Pat, that he would actually mesh pretty well with the roster because, like you said, Josh Hart can come off the bench. LeBron would slide in. You probably play Bridges at the 3. You could put Anunoby or you put Bridges at the 2, Anunoby at the 3, LeBron at the 4, whatever you want to do. But he played under Mike Brown in Cleveland, and that's definitely got to count for something. The fact that they have that relationship together, he starts his career with Mike Brown, ends his career with Mike Brown. That could be pretty cool. Maybe that was also intriguing to him at the time, potentially. But LeBron, throughout his career, he's played with enough superstars, whether it's been D Wade, whether it's been Kyrie, whether it's been Luka. If he were to play with Brunson at this point, he knows what that looks like. He knows how that chemistry needs to develop. I understand what made this Knick team so great is the cohesion of that 6-7 man rotation that they have, and how during that playoff run, man, where they rattled off 12 straight and ended up winning the title, it was just like watching just poetry in motion. I mean, it was just like watching string music come together, and you don't want to mess with that, so I get it. But for so long, the conversation with Kevin Durant is he's one of the easiest superstars to plug into your lineup because you just plug him in at the 3 or 4. He goes and gets his 25 points a game. He plays pretty solid defense for you. He's not all that ball dominant like a Harden is or like a Luka is or any of these other superstars that you want to grab. But obviously all the extra that comes with KD, as we've started to see, it's not worth it. LeBron, I think, is everything that we thought KD was in that sense, where he's just such an easy superstar to plug into your roster. I can understand now that you've won your title why you don't want him, but I think really LeBron, man, on any roster, because of his versatility, his ability to guard so many positions, he's still one of the best passers in the NBA. He's got one of the highest basketball IQs ever. He's still, I think, on any team, on any roster, would be a great fit. I got to tell you, though, I'm getting more and more intrigued, Pat, with this idea of him and Jokic in Denver. Those two guys, man.
Who they had on the whiteboard, by the way.
Exactly. They did. I mean, those two, their basketball minds at their size, their passing ability, scoring ability, playmaking ability, just like really, really intriguing what that would look like if they were on the same team together. I don't think he ends up going to Denver and it doesn't happen, but watching a little bit of that today, thinking about this more and more, I'm like, that Jokic, we all think like LeBron and Curry would be super fun to watch, and it definitely would be, but I think Jokic and LeBron that'd be really cool to watch as well.
Well, not even that. I think LeBron and Jamal Murray would have great chemistry. I kind of agree. I don't know. I've never really thought about it because it just doesn't feel like LeBron going to Denver. Other than that, like, again, the rumors and everything Rich Paul is saying, LeBron wants to have it's all about basketball, life, having fun, like camaraderie, all the different, what did he say? Like as many buckets, the life of basketball, the buckets of basketball life or whatever that's going to dictate this decision. So it's not just about one thing or another thing. I don't know, like Denver doesn't sound like a bad place to live in. I know a couple friends that live in Denver. They absolutely love it. Again, playing at the altitude, the fan base seems great. You play with one of the best players, the best player on the planet, second best player on the planet, in Jokic. You've got a team that can win a championship. You can say they're a LeBron piece away. And the Cronkies, they want to win, man. So maybe we do need to start throwing Denver into this conversation. I don't know. I still feel, just like you feel like a lot of this has to come down with like the opportunity to play with Steph and Draymond in Golden State, stay in Cali, stay near LA, stay on the West Coast, have a chance to win, and also play with his co-legends or his co-Hall of Famers in the NBA. I still think it's Cleveland because he's going back home. I don't think he's closed that chapter. one final opportunity, a chance to win, and a chance to, like, again, you mentioned it. Like, LeBron's not going to, I don't think LeBron's going to a place to be the number 3. Maybe you could say the 2, if not the 1B. He goes to Cleveland. I don't know, PJ. I'm throwing this out there because I think very highly of Donovan Mitchell. But, like, is 41-year-old LeBron still better than Donovan Mitchell, if not more impactful than Donovan Mitchell at this point? So he would probably just have every opportunity to be the 1A and still be the guy that takes over in the stretch, down the stretch of a game in the fourth quarter, and he can defer to Spida for the first half, the first 3 quarters, and save his energy, because we saw that this year with Luka and the Lakers. That's why I still think it's Cleveland.
For a night-to-night basis in the regular season, I still think Mitchell's probably better. But to your point about LeBron being the 1, if they get to the postseason, he would be the closer. He would be the guy. He would be the guy you're drawing up shots for in the final 3 minutes. He's the guy who has to touch the ball the last 5. The offense has to run through him. Certainly Mitchell can get his touches, and there'd be a lot of pick and roll game with LeBron and Harden, LeBron and Mitchell, but I would really think everything runs through LeBron in the final 5 minutes of any tight game, but especially a playoff game. Whereas if he goes to these other places, if he goes to Miami, that's Giannis's team, and he's the guy that's doing that. If he goes to Philly, it's probably Maxi's team. Certainly Embiid could get his touches as well. So it's just interesting, those teams that Rich Paul put up on the whiteboard, because each of them, they're all intriguing, but they're all different in their own way. So LeBron could go a lot of different options with this, and only he really knows what he wants to end up doing. But yeah, San Antonio was not on that list, and we talked about it earlier. If he wants to truly win a championship, I think that was the only team that kind of makes sense to join from a basketball standpoint. And who knows if the Spurs wanted him, but that would have been the only one. All these other teams he goes to, Pat, it doesn't move the needle for me to win a championship. He goes to Cleveland, Golden State, goes to Miami. If he goes to Denver, possibly intriguing, possibly, but still would like OKC and San Antonio more. So I interested to see what he does and who he thinks gives him the best chance. I guess it'd probably be Philly. That would be the one where if he went to, it would really be them and the Knicks as the clear favorites to win the East, even though the markets, for some reason, they still love the Celtics. But I guess Philly. I don't either, man. I guess Philly and then possibly Denver, I think, are the only two.
Yeah, and I think I never really thought San Antonio, and people would probably say, well, why not OKC? They were the defending champs. They lost. Jalen Williams, J-Dub, like his health, is that maybe signs of a guy that's not very durable? I think LeBron is very cognizant, and his ego would not allow him to go to either OKC or San Antonio, because he does not want to look like he's just jumping onto one of the best teams in the NBA so that he could, be the beneficiary of another title run. I think he's got and that's why there's got to be meaning for this last spot that he goes to, whether it is Cleveland or Golden State. I still think it's one of those two teams. I said it the other day. I don't think there's any shot that it's any of the other two teams. But Philadelphia, Rich Paul did say everything changed after the Jaylen Brown trade, and he mentioned Jameer Nelson's in the front office there. LeBron played with him on the All-Star team, played against him in his days in the league. Mike Gansey, who our guy Broads was going nuts about yesterday, the new president of ops, played against LeBron in high school, was in Cleveland, the Cleveland front office when LeBron was there for his second stint. And I think it's only fair that, like, we say, all right, yeah, like Philadelphia's got to be a realistic option because of this Jaylen Brown trade. I don't think it would be Maxi's team. I think Maxi and Jaylen Brown are equal superstars, equal closers. Embiid, we know when he's healthy, he can still be better than anybody on that team. And then you put LeBron in there, and I think you would have 4 superstars that could equally close on any given night. If they want to, and I still think the path through the Eastern Conference is easier. And I know my Knicks are there. But again, I think you and I both think OKC, San Antonio, that duo in the West, way more difficult to get through versus the Knicks and whatever other team might pop up and be the other challenger this year in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah. I agree, man. It looks like we got some breaking news too with your Knicks. Brandon's telling us in the chat that you just picked up Andre Drummond. So lose Mitchell Robinson, makes a lot of sense. Bring in Drummond, kind of a veteran guy, defense, rebounding, another big presence to help out on that come off the bench and help out your big man rotation. So instant reaction to pickup of Andre Drummond, only 1 year, $4 million deal.
Yeah, same exact role as Big Mitch. And again, for 1/10 the price. Again, I said my piece about Mitch. Love him. Got a lot of respect for him. Can't wait to do Hack-a-Mitch, though, if the Knicks play the Celtics in the playoffs. Cannot wait. Absolutely cannot wait. We're going to terrorize him. So, again, Andre Drummond, same exact role. Like you mentioned, rebounding, shot blocking, still can be effective at both. Not going to do any scoring other than just being a lob threat. But at least if you foul him, he can make his free throws. And again, I say that with a lot of love, all the love and respect for Mitchell Robinson and what he did, helping the Knicks win a title, being there for some of the worst Knicks teams I've ever seen when he was a rookie. So, yeah, it's a good pickup. Solid pickup. Another vet. And, again, he's playing. I mean, Mitch was only playing like 15 minutes in those finals games. So that's really all you need from Andre Drummond. 5-6 minutes in the second quarter, 5-6 minutes at the beginning of the fourth quarter. And when Cat is off the floor, and that's it. That's it. And you could experiment with some double big lineups, but this is there was a lot of debate about whether or not James Dolan, there was some reports that James Dolan did not want to spend, did not want to get over the second apron, did not want to do whatever it was necessary to win another championship, and wanted to kind of cheap out a little bit, which, yeah, that makes me angry when I hear my owner doesn't want to spend money, is reluctant about spending money, but most NBA teams do not go over the second apron, over the salary cap. So I never really expected the Knicks to re-sign Mitch. I was saying my goodbyes a couple days after the Knicks won the title in my head. And Andre Drummond, I feel like, is a pretty feasible replacement. It's a solid vet. There was really only another one or two guys on the center market that the Knicks could go after, and Andre Drummond is a very good combo of cheap, affordability, veteran experience. He's played in several dozen playoff games, so I like the move for the Knicks. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get your calls, we'll get your texts after the sound we played. And if you caught any of Rich Paul and Max Kellerman with the whiteboard of all the teams that LeBron could go to, where do you think LeBron is headed in free agency? 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Just getting rolling on this Friday. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Yes, I love James Cook, okay? That's why I have the Bills ranked number 5. I love James Cook. But what exactly is behind him if something happens to James Cook? What happens? If you got to go with Ty Johnson or Ray Davis or Frank Gore Jr., I think I'd rather have Frank Gore Sr. backing up James Cook. So, I love James Cook, but eventually, as much as they run him, they're going to run him into the ground. Maybe it's not this year. Maybe I'm proven wrong, and the Bills running back room once again proves to be the best in the league because of the singular talent of James Cook. But I got him all the way down at number 5 because I just don't believe in the depth behind them. Again, I'll open the floor to anyone else on the show to disagree with me after I give you my power rankings. Number 4 is the only 1-2 punch that I have ranked in the top 5. And it's Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, the Rams. This is a really good 1-2 punch. Like, I considered vaulting them higher in the rankings because I love what Kyron Williams does as a dual threat back. And I also love Blake Corum. I think he's going to take another leap. I mean, he averaged 5 yards a carry last year, but I think he's going to take yet another leap based on some of the offseason stuff we've seen from him into year 3. I think it's the best 1-2 punch in the league, Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, and I went back and forth with the top 3 a good bit before I settled on this ranking. Number 3, it pains me to put Jahmyr Gibbs behind anybody, but I have the Lions number 3. Look, he's still the most explosive threat, I think, the most singular explosive threat of any running back in the league, Jahmyr Gibbs. But I think losing David Montgomery as the complementary back to him is a big loss, especially when you consider the drop-off to Isaiah Pacheco. I'm not a fan of Pacheco, and I think that is a massive drop-off. I mean, if it leads you to using Gibbs even more somehow, then hey, I guess that can't be a bad thing. But inevitably, you're going to have reps that go to Pacheco, and I don't think he's nearly on par with Demo. So the downgrade from David Montgomery to Isaiah Pacheco as the backup or the complementary back to Jahmyr Gibbs keeps the Lions at number 3 for me. Number 2, again, it's about a singular talent, a singular dual threat talent who I think is in a perfect opportunity to get used correctly this year. Maybe used, really, truly used correctly for the first time in his career. Bijan Robinson in Atlanta. Kevin Stefanski comes in. And look, was Kevin Stefanski necessarily, is he necessarily worthy of Coach of the Year? I mean, I guess anybody that gets the Browns to the playoffs deserves that. But what I like about Stefanski is that he knows how to use backs. And the other part of this, too, is that whether it's Tua or Michael Penix Jr. as quarterback, I think with all the weapons in that offense, they're going to end up leaning on Bijan as a security blanket out of the backfield. And so I think Bijan is due to finally get used correctly and maybe have the biggest season of his career so far. And yet I still only have him number 2. Who could I possibly have number 1 then? I'm not doing this. I know exactly what Kenny's going to say. Well, Penn State. Philadelphia. Saquon Barkley is due for a massive bounce-back season. Massive bounce-back season. And I really like the complimentary piece in Tank Bigsby, who averaged nearly 6 yards a carry last year. When they gave Bigsby the ball, he made things happen.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He is PJ Glasser, and the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Where do you think LeBron is headed in free agency? It feels like the Knicks are ruled out, and I'm glad. I'm glad that it feels like the Knicks are ruled out. At least from what Rich Paul was saying to Max Kellerman on the Game Over podcast, it feels like they've kind of ruled out the Knicks. They did have them on the whiteboard, but I'm not getting played again, and I don't want them on the Knicks. They won the title. If the Knicks didn't win a title, there'd be no board. He'd be going there. Good. Well, I'm glad the Knicks won the title. So take a hike, LeBron. But PJ still thinks it's going to be the Golden State Warriors. I still think it'll be the Cleveland Cavaliers, but the Sixers are absolutely in the conversation. We were talking about the Nuggets as well. Where do you think LeBron is headed? 310-840-4910. We've got our first World Cup update here, PJ, between Argentina and Cape Verde, the Cinderellas of the tournament, who put everybody on notice in their first game of the group stage when they tied Spain. They then tied Uruguay, and they tied Saudi Arabia, being just one of 2 teams to get through with 3 points. Well, they have already conceded, and it is the GOAT. It is Leo Messi scoring for Argentina. right before the 30-minute mark, and just in typical Messi fashion, chipped ball over the top. He makes a perfectly timed run and just literally, like, you could not have a more perfect first touch, traps the ball right next to his foot as he's sprinting in motion, and then just roofs one right past the goalie. So 1-0 Argentina 34 minutes in, and the GOAT with 20 World Cup goals, extending his already record that broke this World Cup, the most of all time. He's got 20. He's got 7 of them in this World Cup alone. Just madness.
I mean, vintage Messi. A beautiful goal, like you said. The pass was fantastic. Chip with some beautiful arc. And Messi, as only he can, just controls it with the foot, in motion, right in front of goal, too. He's got the goalie in front of him. He's got a defender bearing down on him, and he's got a bad angle towards the right side of the goal. And despite all that, he's able to just, make like a shoestring catch with his foot, drop it right on the top of his boot, and beautiful shot to the upper part of the net. Absolutely gorgeous goal to put Argentina up 1-0. It's unbelievable. It's like any great athlete, Pat, like any great wide receiver or any great player in basketball, or any great pitcher, where you know what pitch is coming, you know what receivers getting the ball, you know what player's coming at you, and you still can't stop them. Every scouting report starts and ends with number 10. And these teams just have no answers for him. I believe he's got 7 of Argentina's 9 goals now this tournament or something silly like that. It's unbelievable. That's why I still, and I've told you this multiple times this week and last week as well, I still think Argentina is a little fraudulent. I actually think, Pat, if the U.S. have Balogun, they can beat Argentina. They don't scare me nearly as much as France or Spain do. I don't think
they haven't played anybody.
Exactly. They haven't played anybody. So
they played. Their group was Algeria, Jordan, and Austria. They're playing Cape Verde. If they win this, they're going to play either. I believe they play the winner. They'll play Egypt if they win in the round of 16, and then the quarterfinals they would play.
Colombia,
they would play either Switzerland or the winner of Colombia and Ghana. They're not going to play a top 10 team until the semifinals.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
What a pancake soft ass draw for Argentina. As if they're not the defending champs already, and then they got a cakewalk basically to the semifinals.
So that's the counterpoint to my point. For people like me that think Argentina, for people not like me that think Argentina is not fraudulent, well, they haven't played anybody. Maybe when they do play somebody good, they look great, and they end up winning the whole thing for the second time in a row. But I just, we keep talking about Portugal being too Ronaldo dependent and how that's a bad thing. Argentina is too Messi dependent, but he's so damn good against these bad teams. It doesn't look like it's a bad thing, but when you go up against the elite teams, I think that's when it ends up being a bad thing because you need the other guys to step up. I just haven't consistently seen that out of Argentina. Now, they haven't needed it yet because Messi scores, they get these leads, and then their defense just shuts down the other team. I worry about these others on Argentina, Pat, and when they play the premier teams, if they're able to beat them. But you laid out the path, man. It's Cupcake City for them. They're going to be big favorites the rest of the way up until the semis, and there just really shouldn't be any. There really shouldn't be anybody that trips them up along the way.
Yeah, and look, they do have a pretty fantastic striker alongside Messi, Lautaro Martinez, who plays for Inter Milan in Italy. He had 17 goals in Serie A this year, only 12 goals last year, but then before that he had 3 straight seasons with 20 goals or more. And he scored in their last game against Jordan. So very capable scorer. But yeah, you're right. 7 of the 9 goals is from Messi. You can look at it and say that he's just dominant. But also, if he's, that first game where if teams are able to successfully slow him down in terms of his scoring, he's still a tremendous creator, all-time legendary creator and facilitator. But yeah, could Martinez step up? Could somebody in the midfield, Alexis McAllister, who had a big World Cup 4 years ago when they won it, could he step up with a goal or from a set piece or something like that? So Yeah, it's an interesting question. It is. And here's the thing about Messi. Like, you might ask yourself, what, 39, he doesn't look like he's the fastest guy on the field anymore, and he's not. And he's not dicing. If you look up prime Messi highlights, I mean, it's literally
with the
just like
flow.
the ball's on a
Yep.
string, and he just dices everybody up, and he never was the fastest. But it's just it's the impeccable footwork, it's the agility, and it is the fact that the ball just stays on his foot like it's on a string. And so even that, he doesn't really dice teams up anymore because, again, he's 39. He's lost some of that agility. He has just become an incredible poacher that if he does have the ball, if the ball comes to him in the box, he's putting it on target, if not, into the back of the net. That's what he has become better at as he's gotten older. He gets the ball in the box, he's putting a shot on target, and he's going to put a smart shot on target that you better be ready to make a good save. Otherwise, it's going in the back of the net. And that's exactly what happened. He made a great run, high IQ play, timed his run perfectly, makes a perfect first touch, and then just slots it in the roof from a tight angle. That's what he's become.
His ability to find space and then just go from 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye still. Because like you said, he's not the fastest guy, but the speed is deceptive. The agility is so good. And the angles at which he attacks these defenders it's still world class, man. You said it the best. He just does not look 39. There's been no drop off. Patty scored the 20 world goals, as you talked about. 14 of them came at the World Cup 4 years ago, or 14 of them, 7 came at the World Cup 4 years ago, and 7 in this World Cup. So it's kind of incredible. He scored 14 of his 20 at ages 35 and 39. He's just getting better with age. And even though he's not the player maybe that he once was, he's just still able to dominate. He just kind of walks around for like 80 minutes of the 90 minutes that are played.
Yep.
He just takes a stroll. He walks around. He saves his energy. And then when the ball finds him, he just turns into just a one-man wrecking crew.
310-840-4910. So it's still 1-0 Argentina. They've only had 3 shots. Not like they've just been peppering Cape Verde. But again, they had the one opportunity. Messi made the most of it. 1-0 Argentina, 42nd minute over Cape Verde. When we come back, we'll get you an update, and we'll go streaking. 4th of July weekend, Friday night, loaded baseball slate. We nearly were perfect last night. We'll see if we can go a perfect 4 for 4 tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This, in my opinion, is one of the worst trades in Celtics, if not NBA history, and one that could end up costing Brad Stevens his job. It feels like his Nico Harrison moment.
Ooh, I don't know if it was full Nico, but it has not been received well across the league at all, Chris. And I think for me, the first thing that popped out after you realize, whoa, okay, they actually did it, is the Celtics wanted to get out of the Jaylen Brown business that bad. And as good of a player as he is, and maybe he becomes even better in time, a finals MVP, something is going on there behind the scenes that the Celtics would sit there and go, okay, we're going to make this deal. We're going to make it right now, and we're going to get back the best return we can. 2 future firsts and 2 seconds and taking on Paul George. Okay, I guess. Done. And that, to me, is where I was like, what is happening back there? Because you're right. On the surface, what is Brad Stevens thinking? This is a guy who helped deliver them to a really solid season last year. But I would also tell you, and I know my old friend Bobby Marks got absolutely crushed for at least the pull quote of the analytics that everybody bounced around in a much longer interview. But there are people around the league, when you talk to front offices, that are like, Jaylen Brown's a really good player, but is he the number one guy? Is he the guy that you're going to build around for years and years? There's definitely debate about that. So he has a chance to go to Philly now and prove everybody wrong. And the Sixers are lined up absolutely. What would scare me, and we can get into the layers here, but you're banking still on Joel Embiid staying healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody should bet on that. But as far as this deal goes, time will tell. And that deal, I think, scared off lots of people because if you're paying Jaylen Brown $65 million a year, that's kind of the cost of doing business down the league. I get it, but he's got to stay at the same level year after year after year. But on top of the shock value, I went, something has to be off in that balance in Boston to have a guy that you drafted, you developed, and you moved out anyway.
Yeah, I wonder what that other aspect of the relationship was between Jaylen Brown and the Celtics organization, because on his Twitch stream yesterday, he made it clear to not totally defend Brad Stevenson, but he said, hey, some of the lines of communication with Brad weren't great, but I think there's more to it, sort of alluding to someone or something else in the organization that may have helped push him out the door. I just think when you go from, and I got this sense from everything that Jaylen said yesterday too, was when you go from, hey, we may have to move you to acquire Giannis, I think Jaylen Brown would have been somewhat accepting of that as long as there was the third team involved that he landed with that he felt good about. And then all of a sudden you pivot to, all right, we're not landing Giannis. We're re-signing Neemias Queta, which happened this morning. And the pivot move is to still trade Jaylen Brown, but to bring in Paul George. I've seen people allude to it as a salary dump. That doesn't quite compute for me, but it's a very strong pivot away from, no, we're all in on winning a title every year to, okay, we're taking a half step back in an Eastern Conference where annually for the last 10 years, really, we've been right there at the top.
Chris, I can't disagree with any part of it other than to say Jaylen Brown is one of the most polarizing players in the league because on the surface, you see finals MVP, you see a guy who plays a lot, especially in these last couple of years, who produces. You see all the things that you would want in a player that you are building around for the long haul. The second part to that, though, is there are a lot of people who sit there and say, all right, Jaylen Brown is a heck of a player. But there is that debate. It's not just analytics. It's when you talk to people in various different positions across the league. You say, okay, well, what about Jaylen Brown? And they go, yep, nice player. But is he the difference maker over and over again? And there is question to that.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glass. Our phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. Are you looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip. Activate your Odds Boost token and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Only one afternoon game that we couldn't pick from. Actually, only two games before 7 p.m. Eastern that we couldn't pick from. One of those happens to be the Cubbies, Combs and Monty's Cubbies. PJ, do you think the Cubs knew they had a game today? Because they were better off not showing up for it. They're down 17-1. Hey, they got a run. It's 17-1 against the Cardinals.
Oh, I was going to say the St. Louis Rams have a 2-touchdown field goal lead over the Chicago Bears, but can't do that anymore. So good job. Good job by the Cubbies scoring a run.
That's right. All right, so without further ado, we got 4th of July weekend, loaded Friday night slate. We nearly went 4 for 4 last night. Bobby freaking Witt. It's time to let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Alrighty, we go around the room. Everybody on the crew picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. We've got a bunch of active streaks going on right now. Sorry, PJ, you're the exception. Bobby Witt couldn't get it done for you last night. You still, I believe, actually, let me check here. Let's just get a quick record check. No, actually, now Monty has a better record than you, better percentage. But all time, I am 38 out of 50. And an active streak of 2. Combs is 36 out of 50 with an active streak of 3. Monty is 40 out of 49. That's 82%. And he's got an active streak of 4. And PJ, in your time filling in, you had compiled one hell of a record. It is now the second best, though. 12 out of 15. So you're hitting 880%. And you're looking for a fresh streak. Monty is at 4, by the way. So without further ado, let's kick it off here. I'm going to go to Coors Field. Give me Luis Arraez to get a knock tonight for the San Francisco Giants. He's batting leadoff on the road. Coors Field, total 11.5. Well, hopefully Arraez gets 5 at-bats, if maybe not a 6th, if it really is a high-scoring game. And he's going up against Ryan Feltner for the Rockies. He's got a 300 lifetime batting average against him, 3 for 10. He's hitting 326 on the season. Not a surprise. The guy is a singles machine. Give me Luis Arraez to get 1 hit tonight for the Gigantes. PJ, who you going with?
I'm going to take Otto Lopez from the Miami Marlins, who were the hottest team in baseball in the month of June by a wide margin. They're playing great. Lopez has been fantastic for Miami, and we get him in that AAA park tonight in Sacramento. So I'll take a shot with Otto Lopez of the Marlins.
There you go. Guy who is not an all-star, by the way.
No.
Not an all-star, and probably should
but
be.
Alejandro Kirk might be. Yep.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
The incomparable Alejandro Kirk. All right, let's go to Combs. He's got an active streak of 3. He got a knock with Max Muncy yesterday. Combs, who you going with tonight, brother?
I was actually doing some digging because I did not know that Shohei Ohtani was pitching tonight, but he is in the lineup. He is in the lineup, and he is leading off for the Dodgers. So I am going with Shohei Ohtani against that Padres pitching staff. Why? I don't need to throw all the numbers at you. I could throw all the numbers at you if you wanted to, but it's the Padres pitching staff, and it's Shohei frickin' Ohtani. That's why.
Bang. Mic drop. There you go. So Combs is going with Ohtani. And then this guy had Ohtani last night. He's got the longest active streak of this present crew right now here today. I know Brad is probably itching to get back from vacation to put his record-breaking 15-game hit streak on the line. But Monty, you were the previous owner of the longest streak at 14. Your current one is 4. Who are you going with tonight?
I'm going with one of my favorites, it seems like. I believe I was on him last week to end the week, and let's go right back to it. Jonathan Aranda at the Astros tonight. Elite rating on my site, batters-box.com, against Spencer Arrighetti. Arrighetti's trending down against left-handed hitters. 50% hard hit rate, 22% barrel rate, nearly 400 expected batting average against the last 30 lefties he's faced. Aranda will be hitting from that side of the plate and has been destroying right-handed pitching, hitting over 300 on the season, OPS over 900, 11% barrel rate, so love that. And then 51 games with elite rating for Aranda, getting a hit 67% of the time, so a great trend backing it. And then maybe my favorite stat for this play tonight, 5-star pitch mix rating for Aranda, against Arrighetti, who throws curveballs and four-seam fastballs to lefties nearly 70% of the time. And Aranda is absolutely destroying those two pitches, hitting at least 297 with a 996 OPS and 55% hard contact against both. So I think he gets it done.
That's analytics like you've never heard before. Straight from the hyphen. Batters-box.com. All right, Monty, great stuff. And then Combs, really quickly, all 4 of those guys, actually, I'll just do it because we got to get to break. All 4 of those guys, all very likely to get a hit, so only plus 179 odds with our friends at BetMGM. But either way, I think we got a 4 for 4 coming tonight. All right, we'll talk some soccer when we return on BetMGM tonight.
This
This is Rich Paul talking about how everything changed with the Jaylen Brown trade.
Philadelphia, everything changed.
Do
So
they
now-
have his attention as Windhorst is reporting?
How could you not have the attention when you have Maxey, Edgecombe, Brown, Embiid?
They're missing. All they really need here is a power forward who can think the game and shoot.
That's why he's in the middle.
That's it. I mean, it is the perfect place for him right now. LeBron shouldn't be considering any other spots. Look, if Philly ends up backing away, then okay, maybe you go back to the old Golden State, Miami, Cleveland well. And you salve your financially related ego with whoever is willing to move around the most money and trade out contracts and get you the biggest number. And then you go on your retirement tour and you throw up the chalk every night and you get some rocking chairs in different cities and all that. And it'll still be the LeBron James retirement tour in his final season. But we'll all know that it's not legitimately to chase a title. We'll know that the cap is maybe at best conference finals. Maybe at absolute best. You go to Philly, you fit in that lineup. I don't care if they're only paying you the absolute veteran minimum. What is it, like $3 million? If you're LeBron James and all you really care about in playing your final season is winning a title, that's the spot to go. That's where LeBron should go, is Philadelphia. Kenny, you heartily disagree.
Who knows what he's going to end up deciding? But Chris, to your point about Philly, it makes a whole lot of sense when you look at what they have in place now as well. The only thing I'd caution is I wouldn't go mortgaging any kind of future assets to go land LeBron for a year because by all rights, this is probably going to be it.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 this Friday night, 4th of July weekend starting show kicks off right now. And you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talking text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. First hour, we started the program off with the comments from Rich Paul and Max Kellerman on their latest podcast about LeBron, saying that if the Knicks lost the title, LeBron, no question, would be going to the Knicks. And then they talked about the positives and the negatives about going to Cleveland, Golden State, Denver, Philadelphia. So PJ still thinks LeBron is going to the Warriors. I still think he's going to the Cavs. He's coming back home for one final season. Where do you think LeBron is headed? 310-840-4910. By the way, we're sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We're at halftime. Argentina, Cape Verde. And no surprise here, PJ. Argentina leads 1-0. And no surprise, they got the goal from Messi. We were glazing him for it, rightfully so. Just an incredible run, an incredible touch, and a beautiful finish to put Argentina, the reigning World Cup champions, up 1-0. Cape Verde's got one shot. They don't have a shot on target at halftime. It feels like this might be a very boring, coasting second half for La Biceleste, for Argentina. And we were lamenting about just how much of a cakewalk they basically have to the semifinals. And so I'm rooting for the underdogs, the little guys. For Cape Verde, maybe they squeak a goal in somehow, but otherwise it looks like Messi and co are going to march right on to the round of 16.
I would say so. Right now, Argentina to win in regulation is minus 2,500. Cape Verde to win in regulation is plus 6,600, and the tie is 14-1 right now. So not looking great for Cape Verde. This is kind of like a 1 versus 16 in March Madness, Pat, to be honest with you. You have one of the smallest countries ever, first time ever making it to the World Cup, let alone the knockout round, going up against the GOAT and the reigning champs. They knew it was going to be a tough hill to climb, a tough game to win. But they're battling, and outside of the Messi goal, they really haven't given up too many high danger opportunities. They've also generated a little bit of offense. So if they're just able to keep Argentina in check and maybe find the equalizer, obviously the longer that this game goes, if Cape Verde can tie the game, the more pressure becomes on Argentina to try and win the game before they get to penalties.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's the thing. How are they getting a goal? They virtually haven't had the ball in the attacking third. So, that's the issue.
Sure.
Is how the hell are they going to put the ball on the back of the net? Again, if for those of you that have been following the World Cup and maybe you're watching soccer for the first time, you've seen some of these crazy goals and you see how all of a sudden things can happen out of nowhere. But, I mean, Argentina, they are a very well-oiled machine at the back. Their defense is probably just as good as their offense, considering their offense has been almost entirely Leo Messi. Like, their defense is phenomenal. It's how they won the World Cup the last time, 4 years ago, although that was a thriller when they beat France. It was 3-3, right? And then they beat them in penalties. So,
Yep.
But that was against France's offense. Again, Cape Verde scored 2 of their games. They didn't score a goal in the group stage. So it's going to be a big, big ask for them to score in the second half here, especially with Argentina leading. But the round of 32 ends today, PJ. We've got a solid match coming tonight, not one that's going to light the world on fire. Colombia versus Ghana. Colombia, a very healthy favorite in that one, nearly -3 or more than -500 at BetMGM to advance to the next round. They are nearly minus 300 to win it in regulation. So Ghana, a big dog. We could talk about that game specifically as we get closer to it. But why don't we rank the round of 16 games? You and I, by the way, let's get a quick bracket update here. We went through the entire bracket and made our picks before the knockout round, or 2 games into the knockout round started. I think it was right after Paraguay beat Germany. So we gave ourselves 3 gimmies to start. But PJ, I'm still perfect, man. I had Switzerland over Algeria last night. I thought maybe that one might be a little sweaty. I had Egypt over Australia today. They win in penalties. And so if Colombia wins tonight, I have a perfect round of 32, and you're not far behind. The only L's you've had are 3 of them. You had Netherlands over Morocco, you had Croatia over Portugal, and you had Algeria over Switzerland. But other than that, this has been a tournament where, for the most part, the favorites have won, whether it's by hook or by crook, whether it's needing a last-minute goal or getting it done in penalties. The favorites have been an overwhelming success so far in the round of 32. And in the knockout stages, that's not always the case for major soccer tournaments, where you should expect some chaos. And we've had chaos in terms of late last-minute goals, but it's been all for the favorites to save themselves from potential, knockout. So I think it's crazy how much the favorites have taken care of business here.
And I thought we would get more chaos. Netherlands should have beaten Morocco. They were up a goal there going into stoppage time and regulation. They give up the late goal. They lose in penalties. Croatia gets their heart ripped out last night by Portugal. Easily could have won that game. You've definitely had some close ones. So to your point, Pat, credit to these favorites. They've been getting the job done. You've just been blind betting them to advance, parlaying a bunch of them together. You're making a lot of money. But we're starting to see the underdogs play a lot better, and the deeper that we go and the more evenly matched these games are, I think some of these slight underdogs could start to pull some mini upsets here and could start in the round of 16. So we'll see what happens. But look, I mean, even though it's been chalky on paper, this tournament has been so damn good, Pat. These games have been so entertaining, so good. So many of them have come right down to the end. The penalties have been so dramatic, so great. So it's been an unbelievable tournament, even with the fact that we've had so many favorites win so far.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt. Again, it's in a game like soccer where it's normally decided by 1 goal, if not extra time, and if not penalties. I'm kind of glad, how it's shaked out, how it has so far. I got to be honest, France-Germany would have been a really damn good game. I still can't believe they lost to Paraguay. By the way, their manager, Julian Nagelsmann, stepped down. They're probably going to bring in Jurgen Klopp, the former Liverpool manager. That seems to be the prevailing rumor. So because of Germany losing in the round of 32, a guy that's been a very successful manager, Nagelsmann, who won a bunch of titles at Bayern Munich, he is now already resigned from Germany. That's really been one big shock so far. Like that, in terms of upsets, you mentioned Morocco beating Netherlands. I'm pretty sure that, like, just to advance, Netherlands was only like a minus 140 favorite. So they were a slight favorite in that one. Other than that, Brazil was the favorite. Canada was the favorite. France, big favorite. Portugal, Spain, USA, Belgium was a slight favorite. They needed a miracle to come back. Norway, Mexico, England, Argentina, Egypt was a slight favorite. Switzerland, every favorite has won so far except for Germany. They're the only ones in terms of our friends at BetMGM. The odds before the match, Germany and Morocco have been the only upsets to happen so far in the round of 32. So yeah, it's been chalk, but like you said, the way that they have gotten there has been anything but chalk. So without further ado, PJ, we are going to assume, you and me, at the expense of being wrong and witnessing a miracle comeback here from Cape Verde, we're going to assume Argentina is going to win this game. And then there's just one unknown for the round of 16, and that is Switzerland is going to play either Colombia or Switzerland is going to play either Ghana. And I don't know if that's going to make a difference for us, but why don't we rank the round of 16 games in terms of the most appeal? So without further ado, PJ, I'll let you go. We'll go from 8 to 1. What do you got as number 8?
Yeah, you just want to go back and forth, so we each give 8 and so forth, or should I just
we'll ping pong.
Okay. let's do that. I'll start. Yes, we're waiting to see who wins this Colombia-Ghana game. That's the final round of 32 game that we have. They're going to get Switzerland. And of the 8 games that we're going to get, Pat, I think that to me is the one that I'm looking forward to the least, just because the winner of that game likely going to get Argentina and likely going to lose, we would all think. Switzerland is kind of the same team every year in the tournament. They're always going to make it to the knockout round, going to maybe win a game depending on who they play, and then they step up in competition and they can never quite beat those top teams. So if it's Switzerland-Ghana, they're going to be favored and they have a good shot at winning. Switzerland-Colombia, probably like Colombia in that game, but we have so many other great matchups. I'm going to put that one at 8.
Yeah, I've got it there as well. I mean, again, I get excited for every single game, but I got to be like, they put Switzerland, Algeria at 11 o'clock last night, and they didn't even put the game on Fox. They put it on FS1. So that's what Fox is telling us about the appeal of what Switzerland, Algeria was. And don't get me wrong, I think Switzerland's a very underrated team. You gave them some hype. Real Embolo is a great striker. They've got some tremendous defenders as well. But the fact that the winner of that game gets the winner of Argentina versus Egypt kind of takes some of the appeal out, because you're basically playing for the right to lose to Argentina. Most likely. I think Switzerland would have a chance. I also think Colombia would have a chance. And I think PJ, you picked that as being your big upset in this knockout round. So if it's Colombia that beats Ghana, then there's some more intrigue, because again, nothing is ever a given, but I think we would assume Argentina is going to beat Egypt. And then you could have a Colombia-Argentina matchup, which those two teams have had some incredible matchups over the last couple of years. They've played each other 45 times. Argentina has 26 wins. Colombia has 10. 9 of them have ended in ties. They played the Copa America final in 2024, where Argentina, and it went to extra time. It was 0-0, and then Argentina scored to win it 1-0. They played in the Copa America semifinals in 2021. That one went to penalties. So the last 2 times they played each other in major tournament, it went to extra time. Argentina was able to win both. So hopefully we do get that Argentina-Colombia game. But before that, Switzerland versus Colombia, okay, 2 solid teams. If it's Switzerland versus Ghana, Switzerland will be a favorite. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of household names on either of those teams. So number 8 for me as well. Complete agreement with you. Number 7.
I'm going to go with France-Paraguay. France is the biggest favorite of any team in the round of 16. They're going to win that game. They've been so dominant. Their offense has been so good. That trio of Mbappe, Dembele, and Olise is the best trio that any team has in this tournament. And Paraguay pulled a big upset against Germany, so that'll be the big storyline going into that game. Can they do it again? Can they upset another big-time heavyweight? I just don't think so. As entertaining as France is, and that's why you're going to tune in to watch the game and obviously see if there's going to be a big upset, I just kind of think we all expect France to roll 2-0, 3-0. Paraguay just really not going to generate too much offense in that game. So because even though it's the biggest favorite, the reason I have France at 7 instead of 8 is because it is France. And anytime you get to watch those 3 guys play and that team play, it's always a fun watch, but I'll put that game at 7.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's not too ahead on my list. Number 7 for me is Argentina, Egypt. Because again, it's kind of the same reason. Argentina is going to be a big favorite. Egypt, outside of Mo Salah, they don't really have any names that you would know. They got some decent players, again, not to take away credit. They had a penalty shootout win earlier today against Australia. The game was kind of boring. Egypt kind of plays boring. So I wouldn't really be excited about that. Messi versus Mo Salah, other than that, there's not a whole lot of intrigue. Egypt is not an exciting team to watch. They play a kind of neutral game. They play more defensive. And so I feel like that would be a 1-0 game where Argentina probably squeaks out a goal and then just kind of not parks the bus, but Egypt doesn't really have the firepower to go forward and score. So, yeah, Argentina, they win this game against Cape Verde. They'll be a solid, pretty big price favorite against Egypt, and I just feel like that one doesn't have a whole lot of intrigue in it. Number 6 for you.
I'm going to go Canada-Morocco. It would be a lot more entertaining if that game was being played in Canada and they were in front of their home fans, but the fact it's going to be in the States, they're going up against a Morocco team that's clearly better. Neither team really has that elite star power. We all know Morocco's a very good team. And, I think it's going to be a competitive game, but just because of the lack of star power that we have compared to some of these other games, Pat, I'm going to put Canada-Morocco at 6.
Yeah, again, not too far out of alignment with you. I got France-Paraguay at 6 for all the reasons you said. Paraguay doesn't really bring a whole lot into this game for me. Now, again, not to take away credit, that upset against Germany was great. You saw a lot of emotions. Paraguayans, like this is like the moment they've been waiting for their entire lives. And so they upset one former World Cup champion, European superpower, and now they get another. So I got it at 6 instead of 7, probably because of Mbappe, Dembele, Olise, all the stars on France and how exciting they are to watch. Even if the game might not be close, even if it's a one-sided affair, watching France is fun because, man, they go forward, they attack. Didier Deschamps, their coach, he was like, we don't care who we're playing. We're going to play our brand of soccer, our brand of football, which is attacking. They're going to push forward. They're going to try to get 1,000 shots on goal. They're going to be creative, and you're going to see some shots, and you're going to see stuff out of the top drawer where you're like, wow, like, okay. There's at times during a soccer game where you're like, maybe like, all right, it's kind of boring. I could do what these guys do. And then you see some stuff where you're like, well, I absolutely couldn't do that if you gave me a million chances. France has been capable of doing that. We've seen it time and time again. So I think just the France aspect makes this a little bit better of a watch for me. This game is tomorrow on the 4th of July. So a lot of people, before the barbecue or during your barbecue, you have this on in the background. It's, it should be a blowout. So you don't have to be worried about stepping away from the barbecue or your family or friends. You can kind of just have it on in the background. Oh, wow, France scored another. It's 3-0. Mbappe scored again. All right, nice. So this is number 6 for me. France, Paraguay in the round of 16. All right, 5 for you, PJ, is what?
It's going to be that Argentina-Egypt game. I got it slotted a little bit higher than you. For me, this is kind of just a little bit lesser version of that Croatia-Portugal game. We had Ronaldo and Modric go at it. We get Messi against Salah in this game, like you said. Argentina is going to be a bigger favorite than Portugal was. And Egypt hasn't looked all that great here in the tournament so far. They've had a bunch of draws. Today they needed penalty kicks to get by Australia. I expect Argentina to win. I think they're going to win in regulation. But just getting to see Salah and Messi together on the same field and just, Messi's one of those guys, man. Anytime he plays, I'm setting my schedule around it. I'm making sure that I'm hopefully free so I could spend those 2 hours to watch the GOAT play. So I'll slide it a little bit higher than you. I'll have Argentina, Egypt at 5.
That's a fair point. And maybe I'm undervaluing the Messi intrigue of what other people would think. But again, I just, we're mapping out their draw. Like, probably going to beat Egypt, and then they're going to play Switzerland or Colombia or Ghana, and they're going to be a favorite there as well. So like, I'm fully expecting them to get to the semifinals. And then like, as we get closer to the end of this tournament, it's like, wow, like, all right, this is the final opportunities to watch Messi. Like, I don't want to miss it. But like when they play Egypt, I'm like, all right, they're going to win. So, maybe you sweat the next game. If you think Colombia can beat them, maybe that is a sweat, but I'm not at the point yet where I'm like, wow, like this could be the last game for Messi because I just don't think they're going to lose to Egypt. But that's fair. That's fair. Number 5 for me, I have Canada, Morocco. And I think this is actually going to be a really solid game. I think it's going to be a close game. I think it could go to extra time. I think it could go to penalties. Morocco's a solid favorite. I think on BetMGM, they're nearly minus 250 to advance. But they usually don't blow teams out. And so I don't see them crushing Canada. And yeah, it's not in Canada. You really would hope it is for the Canadians. Then they would have the true home field advantage. They're still going to have a bunch of fans outweighing the Morocco fans. But, I'm interested to see this Canada team. They've got some spice to them. They're not boring. They might not have the firepower to score goals, but they're definitely not boring. And so I enjoy watching them play so far. Their comeback against Bosnia in the first game. They played Switzerland. It was an aggressive game with a lot of action and 3 goals. They were able to score the last-minute goal against South Africa. That game was a little boring, but, they're going to have to be better. They're going to have to be more aggressive. And I'm just excited to watch them and Morocco clash. And again, I think this game is going to be tight, maybe 1-1, maybe 2-1 with a late winner as well. So I think this is a good one. Canada, Morocco is number 5 for me. Why don't we take a short break? We'll come back. We'll finish out our ranking of the round of 16 games. We'll hit the top 4 when we return. We'll get you an update on Argentina, Cape Verde. We'll talk a little baseball coming up as well. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Yes, I love James Cook, okay? That's why I have the Bills ranked number 5. I love James Cook. But what exactly is behind him if something happens to James Cook? What happens? If you got to go with Ty Johnson or Ray Davis or Frank Gore Jr., I think I'd rather have Frank Gore Sr. backing up James Cook. So I love James Cook, but eventually, as much as they run him, they're going to run him into the ground. Maybe it's not this year. Maybe I'm proven wrong. And the Bills running back room once again proves to be the best in the league because of the singular talent of James Cook. But I got him all the way down at number 5 because I just don't believe in the depth behind them. Again, I'll open the floor to anyone else on the show to disagree with me after I give you my power rankings. Number 4 is the only 1-2 punch that I have ranked in the top 5. And it's Kyren Williams and Blake Corum, the Rams. This is a really good 1-2 punch. Like, I considered vaulting them higher in the rankings because I love what Kyren Williams does as a dual threat back. And I also love Blake Corum. I think he's going to take another leap. I mean, he averaged 5 yards a carry last year, but I think he's going to take yet another leap based on some of the offseason stuff we've seen from him into year 3. I think it's the best 1-2 punch in the league, Kyren Williams and Blake Corum. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, and I went back and forth with the top 3 a good bit before I settled on this ranking. Number 3, it pains me to put Jahmyr Gibbs behind anybody, but I have the Lions number 3. Look, he's still the most explosive threat, I think, the most singular explosive threat of any running back in the league, Jahmyr Gibbs. But I think losing David Montgomery as the complementary back to him is a big loss, especially when you consider the drop-off to Isaiah Pacheco. I'm not a fan of Pacheco, and I think that is a massive drop-off. I mean, if it leads you to using Gibbs even more somehow, then hey, I guess that can't be a bad thing. But inevitably, you're going to have reps that go to Pacheco, and I don't think he's nearly on par with Demo. So the downgrade from David Montgomery to Isaiah Pacheco as the backup or the complementary back to Jahmyr Gibbs keeps the Lions at number 3 for me. Number 2, again, it's about a singular talent, a singular dual threat talent who I think is in a perfect opportunity to get used correctly this year. Maybe used, really, truly used correctly for the first time in his career. Bijan Robinson in Atlanta. Kevin Stefanski comes in. And look, was Kevin Stefanski necessarily worthy of Coach of the Year? I mean, I guess anybody that gets the Browns to the playoffs deserves that. But what I like about Stefanski is that he knows how to use backs. And the other part of this, too, is that whether it's Tua or Michael Penix Jr. as quarterback, I think with all the weapons in that offense, they're going to end up leaning on Bijan as a security blanket out of the backfield. And so I think Bijan is due to finally get used correctly and maybe have the biggest season of his career so far. And yet I still only have him number 2. Who could I possibly have number 1 then? I'm not doing this. I know exactly what Kenny's going to say. Oh, Penn State. Philadelphia, Saquon Barkley is due for a massive bounce-back season. Massive bounce-back season. And I really like the complimentary piece in Tank Bigsby, who averaged nearly 6 yards a carry last year. When they gave Bigsby the ball, he made things happen.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. This is BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Again, 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. PJ, not so fast. Cape Verde might have heard us ranking our round of 16 games, and we're already Argentina in the quarterfinals, Argentina in the semifinals. The little blue sharks, as they call them, Cape Verde, they've got the equalizer. Leroy Duarte not only nutmegs Lisandro Martinez, Argentina center back, who had the assist on Messi's goal, but his shot goes through Lisandro Martinez's legs and goes inside the post out of nowhere, seemingly. Cape Verde has tied the game at 1, and now all the pressure is on Argentina. Massive favorites in this one. But our friends at BetMGM, they were minus 2,500 just to advance to the next round. They were more than minus 700 to win it in 90 minutes. And all of a sudden, PJ, they are in a dogfight. They've already made a couple of subs, Argentina. Messi had a great chance to score like 2 minutes later on a one-on-one that, it's not like he had a breakaway, but they fed him through. First-time shot went right at the goalie. So Messi could have scored his second, but all of a sudden, Cape Verde looking for a historic, shocking upset. They're tied with Argentina 2/3 of the way through this game.
Pat, if I can somehow survive this next 25 minutes and change with stoppage time, I'm going to throw those winnings on Cape Verde to advance. You know, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm in. Give it to me. The vibes are good. If we get to extra time, this team, it's unbelievable. All they do is play draws against everybody that they play. They somehow find the equalizer. And like we were talking about, it was a big if, but if they could find a way to tie the game, like you said, man, now Argentina is in that territory that Germany was in against Paraguay, that England was in against the DR Congo. They are feeling the heat, and Cape Verde has this game right where they want it. And what an upset this could potentially be. And Pat, if we somehow, some way do get this upset, I can promise you that Cape Verde versus Egypt will then move to number 8 on my rankings. As much as I want to see this upset, because it would be an absolute all-timer and arguably maybe the biggest one in the history of the World Cup. It's like that tug of war that you pick with March Madness. You love seeing those early upsets, but then it's like you get a 15 versus a 2 in the Sweet 16, you know, and then it ends up being like a 30-point game. So it's
hold on though, Peach, because you're telling me the game after a 16 seed beats a 1, which you liken this to, and I don't disagree with you at all. Considering, again, just to advance to the next round, Argentina was minus 2,500. That's basically what you see when a 1 plays a 16 in March Madness. And so, like, when FDU beat Purdue, you were telling me you didn't want to see the next game that FDU played against an 8 or a 9 seed. You didn't want to see St. Peter's versus 7 or the 10 the next round that they played, just because the game, like, they're the Cinderellas now. Like, you have a Cinderella to follow in that tournament. For me, I don't think it would be 8. I think it would be probably crack the top 4, because I would want to see if Cape Verde can keep it going.
You know what, Pat? That's actually a really good point. You sold me that maybe it wouldn't be 8. I don't think I could put it in the top 4 because, as we're about to reveal, we got some really good matches coming up in the round of 16. But that's fair. I'd maybe slot it in. Maybe I just put it at 5, where I put Argentina and Europe. I just slide or Egypt. I just slide Cape Verde into there because you're right. To have a true Cinderella in this tournament would be super cool.
Yeah, and by the way, thanks to Mike from the Westwood One Studios letting us know, Argentina, again, defending World Cup champions. They are ranked the world number 1 team. Cape Verde, number 67. So this is actually quite literally like a 1 versus a 16.
It truly is. Truly. Like, quite literally. It is the number 1 overall seed playing one of the first 4 teams, and the first 4 team beating the 1. It's exactly what it is. It's pretty awesome.
Producer Combs says in the show chat, would this be a bigger upset than Paraguay over Germany or Russia over Spain a few years ago? Paraguay over Germany this tournament. Russia, I remember they beat Spain a few years ago in the World Cup. Those are considered the 2 biggest upsets in the knockout rounds, according to a quick Google search. Yes, they would be. I mean, I remember that Russia went over Spain. You know, Russia was a team, off the top of my head, probably ranked in between 20 and 30, maybe 30 and 40. Like, they had some decent players. Alan Jagoev was on that team. He played for Roma in Italy. Like, they had some very solid players. And then Paraguay over Germany, for me, that was a bigger upset than Russia over Spain. I mean, this takes the cake. This is the defending World Cup champions, the number 1 team in the world, with Messi still playing at an elite level. And they basically haven't lost a game in like 30 games. And then you have Cape Verde, who PJ, I didn't even know it was a country. I didn't even know where the hell it was in Africa. It's a small island where they speak a lot of Portuguese, and they tie, like, if they didn't tie Spain, we wouldn't even like think anything of it. But they did. They're here in the knockout stage. For them to knock off Argentina and beat them, I'd have to do a more thorough Google search and see what were the other top World Cup upsets in history. But I mean, this has to be it. In terms of the odds, in terms of the rankings, in terms of the team prestige names. I didn't even know this was a country and all of a month ago. Now they're going to knock off Messi and Argentina. If they can pull this off, this would probably be the biggest upset in World Cup history if they win. They have to win.
Pat, I don't even think it's close. I truly don't. I don't even think it's close, man. It's absolutely this. So, again, if you're an Argentina fan, if you got Argentina futures, you're certainly not hoping that happens. If you're a big Messi fan, you're not hoping it happens. But the rest of us, this is why we love sports, the underdog, the upsets. Long way to go. But here we are in the 70th minute. It's a tie game, and it's definitely getting interesting.
Now, to clarify, knockout stage is important. That's to clarify. Biggest upset in the knockout stage, because we've had some massive upsets in the group stage. And PJ, I don't remember 4 years ago, Argentina lost to Saudi Arabia.
Right. Yes. Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember. Pat, I got a terrible bad beat story about that. I had a free $100 bet from our friends at BetMGM, and I'm talking to my soccer buddy, and I looked at that Saudi Arabia plus 2,200, and I said, I kind of want to throw a little something on it was way bigger than that. It might have been like 50-1 for them to win on the money line in regulation. And I had a free $100 bet in the bet slip. Couple of buddies talked me out of it. PJ, they're not winning that game in regular. Like, there's no way. Sure enough, 50-1, Pat, $100 bet. I mean, just to this day, still brutal. So I remember that one well.
That is tough, man. That is tough. Yeah, so that was one of the biggest upsets in overall World Cup history, but it was a group stage game. Argentina obviously ended up getting through. Messi nearly just scored a beautiful free kick goal. Oh my gosh. What a save from Cape Verde. Holy smokes, what a save this is. And I saw the very tail end of it. I'm 99% sure it was Messi who took the shot.
Yep.
That was going in the goal. That was going right inside the post. That is an incredible save from Cape Verde to keep this game tied. Oh my gosh. Argentina's got a corner, so they haven't showed the. Go ahead, PJ.
I was going to say, Pat, every great Cinderella needs that lead character, right? It was Golke for Oakland. It was, like, you have these guys, and this goalie for Cape Verde, he's their dude in Spain. Yep, against Spain, he was a hero. And I mean, that save, like you said, was just absolutely 10 out of 10.
Yeah. I mean,
So good. Yeah,
honestly,
I'm
probably
seeing
should
the
have caught
replay.
it. Maybe
Oh,
not.
wow,
Maybe
he was
not 10 out of
lined.
10, but pretty damn good because it was going in the net. He had to make a nearly full extension, two-handed diving parry of a save, knocking it away. All right, they hit the hydration
Wow.
break. That's a late hydration break. They usually do it in like the 66th, 67th minute.
Let's see what the live over under is here for 2.5 goals. Oh yeah, still minus 170. But Argentina now is down to minus 150 on the to win in regulation. So they're still thinking Argentina's going to score, but we'll see.
Yeah. So, by the way, just to finish that point, so again, that was one of the biggest upsets in the World Cup, but it was in the group stage, and like I said, obviously Argentina went on to win the entire World Cup, so it didn't really hurt them too much. I'm looking at Fox Sports did an article on the biggest upsets in World Cup knockout stage history. They had the Paraguay win over Germany at number 4. They have the South Korea win over Spain in 2002 as number 3. South Korea also knocked out Italy in that same World Cup. They had that at number 2. And number 1, they have Russia knocking off Spain in 2018. Wow, Russia was ranked 70th in the world when they pulled that stunner. I would have thought maybe they were ranked like 30th or 35th. That was round of 16. Russia knocked them out in a in a penalty shootout. So yeah, this absolutely tops. And again, I know Cape Verde's ranked 67 and Russia was ranked 70. Spain was ranked 10. But again, it's Cape Verde. PJ, I'm not trying to be mean. I didn't know it was a country until the World Cup. And this is 67 versus number 1, the reigning World Cup champions with Messi. Argentina haven't even been tested in this World Cup. If they lose this game, this is hands down not only the group stage, the knockout stage, the whole enchilada. This would be the biggest upset in World Cup history. Not even close. Nothing else would even come close to this. So we're 15 minutes.
Without a doubt.
15 minutes plus stoppage time away from extra time. But, man, I mean, it feels like they're going to have to suffer.
Are you rooting for the upset? Because 99% of the time, I think a majority of us would be rooting for Cape Verde. But isn't there a little part of you that's like, I mean, this is it for Messi, you know? Like, this could be the last time we ever see him in the World Cup, and that would kind of suck. So I am rooting for Cape Verde because you want the Cinderella, you want the madness, the chaos. It'd be unbelievable. But, you know, there's definitely a part that's like, it's Messi, man. This is it. You know, it would be sad if this is the last time you ever see him in a World Cup.
Yeah, but he already got his World Cup. He got his World Cup. Last one. So I don't really care. Honestly, okay. I don't care if he gets knocked out. I know he's the GOAT.
Pat wants the chaos.
I want the upset.
Okay.
I want the upset, dude.
Do too. Yeah, I do too.
So
I'd really like the under 2.5 in regulation. That's what I'd really like, Pat. That's
yeah,
that'd be fantastic.
You got about 20 minutes.
More minutes.
You got about
exactly.
You got 20 minutes to get there. I don't think there's been a ton of stoppages. So I don't, remember last night we were wondering what we were going to get in the Portugal-Croatia game. We ended up getting 10, and then we ended up getting 18. Croatia, right. We thought they had the goal in the 13th minute of extra time, and then the check and all that BS after that. It ended up being 19 minutes of extra time before they finally blew the whistle. I don't think we're getting more than 6, maybe 7, unless something happens here in the next 15 minutes that causes a drastic stoppage of time. So Cape Verde's got a free kick here. This could get a little dangerous. Oh, Combs just bet Cape Verde to advance at plus 450.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it.
Combs loves a good underdog.
I will be betting Cape Verde with Brandon as long as this game goes to extra time. I got to hit my under first. And as long as that happens, if this is tied 1-1 going into extra time, I will be joining Brandon. I'll obviously get a worse price. I'm guessing it'll be in about the plus 350 range, somewhere in that neighborhood, but I will be joining him.
And Combs said I didn't want the number to drop. Honestly, I don't think it's going to drop too much if it gets to extra time. You have another 30 minutes for Argentina to potentially try to score a goal. They might go down to plus 420, 400 at the most. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to drop that much. All right, 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We do have to finish off our ranking of the round of 16 matches. We already did mention Argentina versus Egypt. So, again, well, maybe we'll have to re-rank if Cape Verde pulls off the biggest upset in World Cup history, but we'll give our top 4 games for the round of 16, and we'll get you an update on this game when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This, in my opinion, is one of the worst trades in Celtics, if not NBA history, and one that could end up costing Brad Stevens his job. It feels like his Nico Harrison moment.
Ooh, I don't know if it was full Nico, but it has not been received well across the league at all, Chris. And I think for me, the first thing that popped out after you realize, whoa, okay, they actually did it, is the Celtics wanted to get out of the Jaylen Brown business that bad. And as good of a player as he is, and maybe he becomes even better in time, a finals MVP, something is going on there behind the scenes that the Celtics would sit there and go, okay, we're going to make this deal. We're going to make it right now, and we're going to get back the best return we can. 2 future firsts and 2 seconds and taking on Paul George. Okay, I guess. Done. And that, to me, is where I was like, what is happening back there? Because you're right. On the surface, what is Brad Stevens thinking? This is a guy who helped deliver them to a really solid season last year. But I would also tell you, and I know my old friend Bobby Marks got absolutely crushed for at least the full quote of the analytics that everybody bounced around in a much longer interview. But there are people around the league, when you talk to front offices, that are like, Jaylen Brown's a really good player, but is he the number one guy? Is he the guy that you're going to build around for years and years? There's definitely debate about that. So he has a chance to go to Philly now and prove everybody wrong. And the Sixers are lined up absolutely. What would scare me, and we can get into the layers here, but you're banking still on Joel Embiid staying healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody should bet on that. But as far as this deal goes, time will tell. And that deal, I think, scared off lots of people, because if you're paying Jaylen Brown $65 million a year, that's kind of the cost of doing business down the league. I get it, but he's got to stay at the same level year after year after year. But on top of the shock value, I went, something has to be off in that balance in Boston to have a guy that you drafted, you developed, and you moved out anyway.
Yeah, I wonder what that other aspect of the relationship was between Jaylen Brown and the Celtics organization, because on his Twitch stream yesterday, he made it clear to not totally defend Brad Stevenson, but he said, hey, some of the lines of communication with Brad weren't great, but I think there's more to it, sort of alluding to someone or something else in the organization that may have helped push him out the door. I just think when you go from, and I got this sense from everything that Jaylen said yesterday too, was when you go from, hey, we may have to move you to acquire Giannis, I think Jaylen Brown would have been somewhat accepting of that as long as there was the third team involved that he landed with that he felt good about. And then all of a sudden you pivot to, all right, we're not landing Giannis. We're re-signing Neemias Queta, which happened this morning. And the pivot move is to still trade Jaylen Brown, but to bring in Paul George. I've seen people allude to it as a salary dump. That doesn't quite compute for me, but it's a very strong pivot away from, no, we're all in on winning a title every year, to, okay, we're taking a half step back in an Eastern Conference where annually for the last 10 years, really, we've been right there at the top.
Chris, I can't disagree with any part of it other than to say Jaylen Brown is one of the most polarizing players in the league because on the surface you see Finals MVP, you see a guy who plays a lot, especially in these last couple of years, who produces. You see all the things that you would want in a player that you are building around for the long haul. The second part to that, though, is there are a lot of people who sit there and say, all right, Jaylen Brown is a heck of a player. But there is that debate. It's not just analytics. It's when you talk to people in various different positions across the league. You say, okay, well, what about Jaylen Brown? And they go, yep, nice player. But is he the difference maker over and over again? And there is question to that.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Still tied at 1. The biggest upset in World Cup history, though, is brewing. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Argentina 1, Cape Verde, or Cabo Verde, however you'd like to call them. Also, with 1, they got the game-tying goal about 20 minutes ago. Argentina has had some relentless pressure since. Plenty of shots, plenty of corners, but nothing to break through. 1-1, 85th minute. Probably going to have 6 or 7 minutes of stoppage time, so probably got another 12 or so minutes until we would get to extra time. PJ, this is pretty remarkable here, what we've got going on. And, Combs just said in the break, they don't look phased. Remember, Cape Verde, they held Spain to a 0-0 draw in their first ever World Cup game. So knockout stage is different, but like they already survived a flurry. Spain had 27 shots in that game. They already survived a barrage of shots from one of the best teams in the world in this tournament already. Why, you could say they're suited to do it again here for another 12 minutes. We're going to find out.
100%. It's a great point too. That Spain game, I think, gave them a lot of confidence going into this game, and it gave them, Pat, the opportunity to see one of the top teams in the world. Right? We talked about it last segment. This is like a 1 playing a 16 in March Madness. Argentina is ranked number 1 in the world. Cabo Verde is ranked 67. Whenever we're handicapping those 1 versus 16 games, what do we talk about all the time? Oh, those schools have never seen anything like Duke before, or like Kentucky or Kansas, right? So the fact that Cabo Verde got a chance to play against Spain, they held their own. It showed them that they can hang with the big boys. And as Brandon was saying during the break, and I totally agree with them, they're not blinking, like Argentina's turning up the heat. Their counterattack is getting deep in the goal. There have been a couple of deflections, and it looked like maybe it's gone in. But you can just see the confidence growing with this team, and they know, obviously, that they wanted to get this thing to penalties. And if they're able to do that, then it's a true 50-50 of who can win. And it's pretty incredible to see, man, what they're doing.
Alexis McAllister just had a really good look at goal off a cross that got deflected, and it landed out to him, and he crushed a volley, but way over the crossbar. But they're saying it's a corner. I believe they're saying it. Yeah, that's a corner. It doesn't look like a corner from the naked eye. It looks like he just smoked that one over the bar, but it's deflected. It's a corner for Argentina, and Cape Verde heads it away to safety. So they still search for the game-winning goal, Argentina. 88th minute, still 1-1. We're waiting to find out how much stoppage time we're going to have, but I would say about 10 minutes to go or less.
I'm gonna say about 6 minutes, Pat, would be my guess. Maybe 5, but I'm thinking because it's tied, they gave him the extra minute, so I'll go 6. If we don't have any crazy long stoppages here in the next 2 or 3 minutes, I'm thinking about 6 minutes of stoppage time. So you're right, Cabo Verde's probably got to survive in the next 10 minutes or so to try and get this thing in the extra time.
All right, 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show, 310-840-4910. All right, well, we'll keep you updated to the very minute and everything that happens in this game. But while we do that, PJ, we still have another 4 round of 16 games to rank here. So why don't we go ahead and get to the top 4? You had Switzerland. We both had Switzerland versus either Colombia or Ghana as 8. You had France versus Paraguay as 7. I had it at 6. I had Argentina versus Egypt as 7. You have Canada, Morocco as 6. Argentina versus Egypt as 5. And I had Canada versus Morocco as 5. So we all have the same combination of the top 4. Go ahead and give us your number 4.
I like Brazil and Norway as my number 4 game, Pat. And it's funny. I think Brazil and Norway is kind of the same game that Brazil played in the round of 32 against Japan, but they're just getting the opposite. They're just getting the offensive version. Japan, we think of them, great defensive team, can hang tough with some of these powers. Norway's the opposite with Holland obviously leading the way for them. They've been scoring goals left and right so far in this tournament. So much like that Brazil-Japan game coming down to the wire, I think this Norway-Brazil game is going to come down to the wire as well. It's going to be super competitive. So I do like Brazil-Norway as number 4.
Yep, I got it at the same exact spot there as well. You know, you have the big Viking Erling Haaland, who a lot of people have fallen in love with, and he's my team, Man City strikers, so I love that. Martin Odegaard, their midfielder who plays for Arsenal and is one of the best midfielders in the world. They've got some really good world-class players, that's for sure. Their defense is definitely a little leaky, though, so yeah, I agree. It's a great point you made. They're kind of the opposite of Japan. Brazil, the favorite. Brazil, they have the stars, whether or not how much we see of Neymar, who's not 100% in this tournament. Brazil should advance. I'll be rooting for the upset. I always like when Brazil loses. I feel like they're kind of like the Dallas Cowboys of international soccer, won a bunch of titles like 20 years ago, and were the dominant team of the early 2000s. And so I always like to see them lose, and I'm hoping for Norway and Holland to pull off the upset. But yeah, there's 3 really good games ahead of them. This one is at 4 for me. What do you have at 3, Peach?
I'll go Portugal, Spain, Pat. Obviously, 2 European big time soccer teams. You got Ronaldo possibly playing his last game. I would maybe have this higher if Portugal was as good as a lot of people thought they were going to be coming into the tournament. I mean, this could potentially be like a final or maybe a semifinal. Portugal's just not quite as good as we thought, while Spain is definitely one of the best teams in the tournament. So should be a great game. A lot of stars all over the field. I'll put it at 3.
I'm a little surprised. You have that at 3. That's a banger for me. Although we're in the top 3 and I haven't said it yet, so it can't be too far ahead from me. I got USA Belgium at 3. And don't get me wrong. I know it's the USA, right? You and me, both Americans, so it would say us. I know it's us versus Belgium. It's a massive game for our rooting interest, but I still think there are 2 games better than that. Belgium, a little bit underwhelming. You know, they have De Bruyne, they have Lukaku. They don't have a star-studded team. Again, U.S., we've been a very exciting watch. All of our games have been high pace, high intensity, a lot of goal scoring. They have not been boring. So I don't know. Belgium definitely would play a much slower game. And so that's what I worry about, that maybe this is kind of a bit of a drool for the first half, and then the action picks up in the second half, especially since Belgium fell behind in the first half against Senegal. They don't want to make a mistake early on again, as Argentina just drilled a shot from outside the box, but it's a comfortable save again for Vozinha and Cape Verde. And so we're into stoppage time. 8 minutes, by the way, PJ. We're in the 92nd minute. There's still 6 minutes to go to get to extra time. Still 1-1 between Argentina and Cape Verde. So, yeah, for me, I know it's USA, but if we weren't Americans, I maybe would even have this behind Brazil-Norway. So I'll have USA versus Belgium at 3. What do you have at 2?
I got USA Belgium at 2, Pat, for 2 big reasons. One, this is the most competitive game of any of the round of 16 from an odds standpoint. It's practically a pick'em. And then you have the huge storyline with Balogun not playing. You got US's best player and one of the best strikers of this entire tournament so far not playing in this game. So I think that game has a ton going for it. The fact it's in the US, I'll put that at 2.
All right, I'll give you my number 2, and we'll both give our number 1 when we return. And we're either going to have a game-winning goal in the last minutes, or we're going to have overtime, a.k.a. extra time, between Argentina and Cape Verde as the biggest upset in World Cup history on the cards. We'll let you know when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Number to join the show, 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is Rich Paul talking about how everything changed with the Jaylen Brown trade.
Philadelphia, everything changed.
Do
So
they
now-
have his attention as Windhorst is reporting?
How could you not have the attention when you have Maxey, Edgecombe, Brown, Embiid?
They're missing. All they really need here is a power forward who can think the game and shoot.
That's why he's in the middle.
That's it. I mean, it is the perfect place for him right now. LeBron shouldn't be considering any other spots. Look, if Philly ends up backing away, then okay, maybe you go back to the old Golden State, Miami, Cleveland well. And you salve your financially related ego with whoever is willing to move around the most money and trade out contracts and get you the biggest number. And then you go on your retirement tour and you throw up the chalk every night and you get some rocking chairs in different cities and all that. And it'll still be the LeBron James retirement tour in his final season. But we'll all know that it's not legitimately to chase a title. We'll know that the cap is maybe at best conference finals. Maybe at absolute best. You go to Philly, you fit in that lineup. I don't care if they're only paying you the absolute veteran minimum. What is it, like $3 million? If you're LeBron James and all you really care about in playing your final season is winning a title, that's the spot to go. That's where LeBron should go, is Philadelphia. Kenny, you heartily disagree.
Who knows what he's going to end up deciding? But Chris, to your point about Philly, it makes a whole lot of sense when you look at what they have in place now as well. The only thing I'd caution is I wouldn't go mortgaging any kind of future assets to go land LeBron for a year because by all rights, this is probably going to be it.
He shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Friday night, 4th of July, holiday weekend kickoff show begins right now. Hour number 3 does, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. PJ, we asked the question a couple of weeks ago when Yannick Sinner lost to Juan Manuel Cerundolo at the French Open, where he was a minus 10,000, minus 100,000. I think it was minus 50,000 pre-match actually on the money line. He had an implied probability of 99.9%. And not only that, he was a game away from a straight set routine win when Juan Manuel Cerundolo turned the whole thing upside down. The Paris heat got to Sinner. His body basically collapsed. He continued to try to play through it and lost and got crushed, honestly, for the final 3 sets. And I said at the time that might have been the greatest upset in the history of sports based on the math, on the implied probability, on what the implied probability was during the game and during the match. We are close to witnessing another legendary upset, what would be hands down the greatest upset in World Cup history. We have reached extra time. It's gone to overtime. Argentina could not defeat Cape Verde in the first 90 minutes. They are all tied up at 1 in Miami. They're going to extra time, and Cape Verde, ranked 67 in the world, a small little country off the coast of Africa with 560,000 citizens, looking to knock out the reigning World Cup champions, the number 1 team in the world, with Leo Messi, who has already scored in this game. 30 minutes of extra time. It's no golden goal, so there will be 30 minutes of extra time no matter what. And if we are still tied at the end of that, PJ, they are going to penalty kicks. But for now, 90 minutes of what has already been a mini miracle for Cape Verde. They tied Spain 0-0 to start the World Cup. And now with the World Cup tournament on the line, Messi's last World Cup, they're trying to knock the GOAT out in what, again, would be, hands down, the greatest upset in World Cup history.
Pat, I'm in. Plus 340 for Cape Verde to advance to the next round. I'm in. I told you I would. The under got home. Not quite how we drew it up pregame. 1-1, under 2.5 goals, but we got there. So happy about that. But look, like right now at BetMGM, in extra time, Cape Verde is plus 125, or I should say this game is plus 125 to go to penalty kicks, plus 125 for a draw. If you like Cape Verde, man, just don't bet the draw. Just bet them to win. Plus, because once it goes to penalties, we know it's just anybody's can win that. So I think that's super fascinating. Argentina is actually only minus 120 to win right now as well in extra time, which I think is fascinating considering they get 30 minutes. They're likely going to get a majority of the chances.
Yeah, but, the odds on that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Because I think I remember hearing you say I think it was right after Cape Verde scored, and so it was like the 67th minute, and we knew with stoppage time we had about an extra 30 minutes to go, and I think you said Argentina was like minus 240 or minus 250, so we got another 30 minutes right now, and they're only minus 125. And they're begging you to take them.
That's the part, right? They are begging you to take Argentina. Oh man, I'm telling you, Pat, I just got a feeling we might see some history tonight. Could be a crazy night in Miami. We talk about how chalky this tournament has been so far. Haven't had too many upsets up to this point. The Paraguay one was a massive, but holy smokes, we get this one tonight. I mean, this is the equivalent of having like 4 or 5 upsets in a tournament would be absolutely insane. Very, very interested to see how Argentina responds here over the next 30 minutes. But that goalie for Cape Verde is on. What do we know what club he plays for? Because something tells me if he's playing in some small league, he will be in a Spanish or a European league by the time this World Cup is over.
He plays for Chavez, which is I'm pretty sure that's in Brazil.
Brazil. Okay.
No, Portugal, excuse me. So they're in the second division of Portugal. He plays in the second division, the second tier of Portuguese soccer. So he's like, crazy. It's essentially like, it's like the AAA of Portugal. And the Portuguese league, don't get me wrong, you got some great teams. You have Benfica, you have Porto. But like, he's essentially a AAA player. If we were going to make the baseball comparison, like the minor leagues or the G League, if you will, the team he plays for, Chavez, is in the second tier in Portugal. So that is, Vozinha, that's his name. And a lot of these, I remember Googling, I think Cape Verde, for whatever reason, I didn't get down to the history of it, but I believe that they speak, like, you see some of these names. They sound like they're Brazilian or Portuguese. Da Costa, Mendes, Cabral, Duarte, Lopez, Borges. Like, that's Brazilian/Portuguese. And so, I don't know, I guess maybe we should just have, maybe I should educate myself on the history of Cape Verde, because they might be on the cards of the greatest upset in World Cup history here. But yeah, Vozinha, their goalie, is once again putting on the entire country.
If I can promise you, Pat, there are going to be a lot of flights from Cairo to Cape Verde if they pull this off, thanking them if they don't have to play Argentina in the round of 16, because those Egyptian people will be very thankful. But you know what? Be careful what you wish for, because, man, this team right now, so fun to watch. It's crazy. This is why we love sports, the upsets, the chaos, the unpredictable, the not knowing. Really good stuff.
Oh, we got a goal for Argentina, though.
God dang.
Goal for Argentina immediately in extra time. It looks like it's the center back, Lisandro Martinez, who plays for Man United. Wow. Right away in extra time, Argentina scores. They don't even waste time. Immediately off a corner, it finds the back part of the box, and Lisha Martinez, a center back, just roofs it, and Argentina takes the lead 2 minutes into extra time. It's 2-1. Although, again, lot of game to play, still 30 minutes, but that might be the beginning of the end for Cape Verde in this upset bid.
Oh, man. Well, a lot of time left to try and get a goal back, but that hurts. And hopefully, for those of you out there, when we were talking about, Argentina was minus 120, so you got a really good price on them if you were able to take that. But nuts. What a great goal, too. That was not a cheap.
Hold on a second, PJ. I think VAR might have to take a look at this one, because it was the initial header went to the back part of the box, and Martinez was not offside, but his teammate in front of him, who got in the way of a Cape Verde defender, might be offsides. And if that's the case, I feel like maybe I don't know the rules anymore after what Croatia had gotten done to them yesterday, where a Portugal player, but they said that even if it's unintentional, or they, no, you know what it was? I went back and looked at it on social media, PJ. You know how, again, 2026 World Cup, there's chips in the soccer balls that can detect from the thermo heat of a player's body, can detect if somebody touches it. And they had a little, it was like basically you're looking at the heart monitor in a hospital, and went boop, and it went off of a player's head from Croatia. And that is how they determined that it was offsides, because it didn't intentionally go off a Portugal player. It did touch a Croatia player's head. That's why they were ruled offsides for that goal last night. But they're not even going to look at this one. Not even going to take a peek at it. No check. Argentina goal. It stands. They lead 2-1.
Man. Oh, well, that just killed the vibes right there, Pat. Again, a lot of time left. Maybe they can find the equalizer. Doesn't look great, but that's really unfortunate. I really thought they were going to go to penalty kicks, and I really actually thought that they were going to win. And maybe they still will, but That was unfortunate.
Yeah, they need another little slice of miracle here. By the way, so I did Google it. So Portuguese is the official language of Cape Verde due to its history as a Portuguese colony for over 500 years. How about that? Portuguese explorers arrived in the islands in the 1460s. They were uninhabited. And Portugal established them as a major hub for transatlantic trade and administration. And so I guess they got their Portugal gave up Cape Verde following the 1974 Carnation Revolution, which overthrew the Portuguese dictatorship. Portugal had a dictatorship in the 70s? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. The more you know.
Oh, and by the way, their Independence Day is July 5th, 1975. So they're coming up. So tomorrow, 2 days from now, we celebrate 250 years tomorrow as Americans. Cape Verde will celebrate 51 years as a free country on Sunday. Man, what if they got a corner and the header goes soaring over the crossbar. It was a good opportunity.
Oh,
but it goes over the bar. Although I think they ruled Argentina got the last touch. So you're going to get another corner here from Cape Verde. So they're creating chances. And this is what happened last time, PJ. Argentina got the goal in the first half, and to come out of the second half gate, Cape Verde was like, we're not going to try to, like, we're going for it right away. And they had 4 shots before they finally scored the equalizing goal. Argentina scores, and Cape Verde immediately is creating opportunities again. So yeah, we got at least 25 minutes here before this thing is over. And Cape Verde's already created a couple of chances. So this thing is definitely not done and dusted yet.
I hope not. Would love for them to find the equalizer. Me and Brandon are both on Cape Verde to win this match. So hopefully they are able to tie it up at 2. But yeah, looks like they're going to get themselves another corner here. So their third straight trying to generate a tying goal. But win or lose, I mean, what a performance from these guys. They're all going to be heroes when they go back to their country. In fact, they made it to this round and they took Argentina to extra time in a knockout round game. Just awesome stuff.
And I imagine what the parties are like on the small islands of Cape Verde. And they got their Independence Day coming up on Sunday.
Oh man.
Like the one consolation, if they lose, like they'll fly home tomorrow. They'll get back to the country tomorrow or Sunday, and immediately it's their Independence Day, and they're gonna like go nuts.
Crazy. There must be something about early July, Canada Day is July 1st. We're the 4th. Cabo Verde is the 5th. There's something about that early July, Pat, that these countries like having their Independence Day.
Well, I mean, when it gets hot, people get fed up. And so they just, you just start acting, you start overthrowing people. Yeah, it's 100 degrees in the islands of Cape Verde, and in July they're like, screw it. I'm fed up. We have no AC, no air conditioning. I'm sick of this. We're overthrowing the Portuguese. Give us our freedom, or we're going to fight you.
That must be it. That must be it. That's funny. Oh man! All right, let's see what Cape Verde is to. So for a draw is plus 1050. If they're going to equalize it again at 2-2. Honestly, not as high as I thought, but they've done a much better job at containing Messi ever since his first goal. He has gotten a couple of opportunities, but I mean, look, they've really done a pretty good job on him all game. That goal he scored was just, I mean, that's Messi being Messi. The touch that he had and then the finish was pretty spectacular. But for the most part, they've done a pretty good job on him.
Oh, they just went and they showed the replay from the Argentina goal, and they said that the guy that I was talking about was onside by about a half a foot. So it was close to being ruled out.
Yeah. How about that?
It was close. All right, 310-840-4910. We've been talking about it for an hour, the round of 16 games, and I said if this upset happened, we would have had to completely rework our rankings, but PJ, we've been ranking the best round of 16 games, and our top 4, we both had Brazil versus Norway at number 4. You had Portugal versus Spain at 3. I had USA versus Belgium at 3. You have USA versus Belgium at 2. I've got Portugal versus Spain at number 2. I mean, it's Ronaldo, last World Cup. He just scored for the first time in a World Cup knockout game last night against Croatia. 2 countries that are neighboring one another, similar cultures. Both really great teams. Portugal, they won the European Championship back in 2016. Spain, multiple-time World Cup winners. They had a dynasty brewing when they won the Euros in 2008, the World Cup in 2010, Euros in 2012, and they won the Euros again in 2016. So Spain, number 2 country in the world, star-studded talent. Lamine Yamal at 19, 18, however old he is, not even 20 years old yet, taking over much of the world with his fame and star power, the guy from Barcelona. And like I said, Ronaldo, like this should be a really good game. And Spain they're a decent favorite. I think last time I checked at BetMGM, they're minus 225 to advance, but this should be a pretty close game. Like it wouldn't shock me if Spain levels up again and really puts everybody on notice as to how dangerous they are. And I picked them to win the World Cup, so I think it's possible. But I think in likelihood, this could be a 1-0 game, a 2-1 game. It's going to be close. But again, the fact that this very well could be Ronaldo's last game at the World Cup, plus how great Spain have been, close game expected. This is number 2 for me, Portugal versus Spain. But PJ, I think we both have the same game for number 1, and there's no doubts about it.
I mean, it's just, how can you not be fired up for this game? Mexico versus England in Mexico City at Azteca. It's just, we've all seen the images, the videos of what those games in Mexico have been like. We watched them play their most recent game in the round of 32, and it was just absolutely electric. You can only imagine what it's going to be like when England comes to town. And the fact that Mexico is a perfect 4-0 so far in this tournament, 4 games, 4 wins. They're playing great. They look really solid. And now they're going up against one of the top teams in the world who at times have looked a little bit dicey, and we know it's England, and they definitely, choke, and they have lost this game plenty of times before in the past. It's just going to be an absolute scene at Azteca, and I can't wait for it. It's going to be one of the best, probably going to be the best environment we get for any game this World Cup. I would bank. I'm going to say it now, Pat. I know we still got the quarters, the semis, the final to go. I think that's going to be the best environment that we're going to see for any game, is that Mexico-England game, and I cannot wait to watch it.
Same. Yeah, it's number 1 for me. You mentioned Mexico 4-0. Not only are they 4-0, they have not given up a goal the entire tournament. We mentioned this before they played Ecuador. They have not lost a competitive game at the Estadio Azteca in Mexico City in over 13 years. So now you have England coming to town. By the way, PJ, might have something historic brewing here in this game. Just might have something a little historic brewing here between Argentina and Cape Verde. I'm just gonna
no way.
I'm just gonna tell you to don't look away from the screen here.
Don't you talk dirty to me. There's no way. Oh, I gotta watch this. Just please, just everybody be on sides, please. Oh my God, did they really do
Justin, where are you at? What time you got?
Oh my God,
yeah.
I just saw it. What a shot.
It's an unbelievable goal from Cape Verde. They've tied it at 2 in extra time.
Oh my
Tied again. And he jumps into the crowd with all the fans. An unbelievable shot. That's right out of the top drawer. Some of the best players in the world aren't even capable of the goal that Cape Verde just scored. Tied at 2. Just 10 minutes after Argentina takes the lead, immediately in extra time. Cape Verde, the little engine that could, the Cinderellas have tied it again. Unbelievable.
Oh Brandon, we got to double down.
Lopez Cabral.
We got to double down. I love this team. I'm doubling down.
Sidney Lopez Cabral with one of the greatest goals you'll see all tournament. I mean, PJ, he curls this from the corner of the 18-yard box, upper 90, top shelf, unsavable. Unsavable. What a freaking shot.
Pat, I mean, when you score a goal like that, it's your night. I mean, it's your night. I'm doubling down. I've seen enough. You score a goal like that, come on. I mean, what are we doing? That's holy
and
smokes.
And the buildup.
Was that a goal?
The buildup for this goal was so patient. They played so great passing. And then all of a sudden, Buddy this wasn't an attempted cross. He literally goes, I'm scoring here. He's literally, this is not hyperbole, on of the 18-yard box. And he just whips that thing. Oh my God. Upper 90, top shelf, just inside the crossbar in the post. Unsavable for Emi Martinez. 2-2. 2-2. That's one of the greatest goals you'll see. That's not prisoner of the moment. Consider the context. Consider the game. In extra time, to score on that shot from that part of the field, that's one of the greatest goals ever.
Oh my
God.
I
mean,
DJ, Pat, that goal is so sick.
When we think it can't get better.
We keep witnessing this tournament. Pat, you know how much I love college basketball, and March Madness will forever be my favorite thing on this planet. But oh my God, is this World Cup good? And it's only the round of 32. That's the best part. We still haven't gotten to the round of 16 yet. We still got all these games. Oh my God, dude. Absolutely. I mean, I've done probably 6 shows with you in the last, 10 work days. And I think I've said 5 times to you, this is the game of the tournament. This is the best soccer game I've ever seen. And it just keeps getting better. Oh no.
It keeps getting better.
Oh no, Argentina scored again. Didn't they?
It keeps getting better.
No.
The game. The tournament just keeps getting better. It's another incredible save from Vozinha.
Oh my God.
Argentina had a shot teed up.
I'm tripling down. Pat, I'm tripling down. I'm all in. This team, they got the magic pixie dust. I've seen enough. It's just their night. I've seen enough. I'm all in. I'm all in on Cabo Verde tonight.
I mean, this would be, again, without a shadow of a doubt, the greatest upset in World Cup history. Number 1 versus number 67. They were down 1-0 at half. They came back and tied it. Down immediately in the first 2 minutes of extra time, and they come back and tie it again with one of the greatest goals I've ever seen. And one of the greatest World Cup goals you'll ever see, considering the context, the game, the moment. Sydney Lopez Cabral. I mean, the reception, no matter how this game turns out, the reception he's going to get. I mean, he's a national hero. He is a national hero for that goal, no matter how this game finishes. Oh,
Pat,
crap.
I have voiced plenty of times who I think is going to win this game. Who do you truly think is going to? Do you still think Argentina find a way, or do you just truly believe that it's Cape Verde's night? Where are you right now?
I thought Argentina was going to bang in another goal after that. Honestly, I thought this might get away. This might get ugly. Like they needed extra time, but once they got the first in overtime, they broke the seal. Like then they were going to run away with it. I can't believe that goal. So now I'm starting to think that this is possible. I'm starting to think this is possible, right? Because we're about to be at the halftime break of extra time. So there's only 15 minutes left, plus another minute or 2 maybe of stoppage time in that. So you survive that penalty shootout again. I don't care that they got Messi and some of the great goal scorers on the planet taking penalties for Argentina. Anything can happen, and with how lights out Vozinha has been for Cape Verde, anything's possible. So they get to penalties. It's a 50-50 shot. I don't care what the odds say at that point. Just absolutely incredible. And you said Argentina was fraudulent, PJ, but I don't think in your wildest dreams before this match started, you thought that Cape Verde could win this game. But here we are. All right, they're at halftime of extra time. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we will be one step closer to penalties, and we could be one step closer to the greatest upset in World Cup history. Argentina with an immediate goal in extra time, and Cape Verde and Sydney Lopez Cabral, one of the greatest goals you'll ever see to tie it back up. 2-2, Argentina and Cape Verde. We'll continue to get you an update when we return. We'll talk more about this Mexico-England game, PJ, because I don't think I got Centel. What the England players might be planning to do to deal with the elevation in Mexico City is something you got to hear. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Yes, I love James Cook. Okay? That's why I have the Bills ranked number 5. I love James Cook. But what exactly is behind him if something happens to James Cook? What happens? If you got to go with Ty Johnson or Ray Davis or Frank Gore Jr., I think I'd rather have Frank Gore Sr. backing up James Cook. So I love James Cook, but eventually, as much as they run him, they're going to run him into the ground. Maybe it's not this year. Maybe I'm proven wrong. And the Bills running back room once again proves to be the best in the league because of the singular talent of James Cook. But I got him all the way down at number 5 because I just don't believe in the depth behind them. Again, I'll open the floor to anyone else on the show to disagree with me after I give you my power rankings. Number 4 is the only 1-2 punch that I have ranked in the top 5. And it's Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, the Rams. This is a really good 1-2 punch. Like, I considered vaulting them higher in the rankings because I love what Kyron Williams does as a dual threat back. And I also love Blake Corum. I think he's going to take another leap. I mean, he averaged 5 yards a carry last year, but I think he's going to take yet another leap based on some of the offseason stuff we've seen from him into year 3. I think it's the best 1-2 punch in the league, Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, and I went back and forth with the top 3 a good bit before I settled on this ranking. Number 3, it pains me to put Jahmyr Gibbs behind anybody, but I have the Lions number 3. Look, he's still the most explosive threat, I think, the most singular explosive threat of any running back in the league, Jahmyr Gibbs. But I think losing David Montgomery as the complementary back to him is a big loss, especially when you consider the drop-off to Isaiah Pacheco. I'm not a fan of Pacheco, and I think that is a massive drop-off. I mean, if it leads you to using Gibbs even more somehow, then hey, I guess that can't be a bad thing. But inevitably, you're going to have reps that go to Pacheco, and I don't think he's nearly on par with Demo. So the downgrade from David Montgomery to Isaiah Pacheco as the backup or the complementary back to Jahmyr Gibbs keeps the Lions at number 3 for me. Number 2, again, it's about a singular talent, a singular dual threat talent who I think is in a perfect opportunity to get used correctly this year. Maybe used, really, truly used correctly for the first time in his career. Bijan Robinson in Atlanta. Kevin Stefanski comes in. And look, was Kevin Stefanski necessarily worthy of Coach of the Year? I mean, I guess anybody that gets the Browns to the playoffs deserves that. But what I like about Stefanski is that he knows how to use backs. And the other part of this, too, is that whether it's Tua or Michael Penix Jr. as quarterback, I think with all the weapons in that offense, they're going to end up leaning on Bijan as a security blanket out of the backfield. And so I think Bijan is due to finally get used correctly and maybe have the biggest season of his career so far. And yet I still only have him number 2. Who could I possibly have number 1 then? I'm not doing this. I know exactly what Kenny's going to say. Oh, Penn State. Philadelphia. Saquon Barkley is due for a massive bounce back season. Massive bounce back season. And I really like the complimentary piece in Tank Bigsby, who averaged nearly 6 yards a carry last year. When they gave Bigsby the ball, he made things happen.
Great games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Well, sometimes you have a rundown, you have topics you want to talk about, and then one of the
Cape Verde happens.
Cape Verde happens. One of the great moments in sports history unravels, and I'm sorry, Paige. Like this has just turned into an Argentina Cape Verde watch party for us because
I mean,
how can you not take your eyes off of what's going on right now? You know, we're breaking it down. I think we're doing a great job for everybody that's listening right now. We appreciate you. We're keeping you updated here by the moment. But the greatest of World Cup history is still very much within reach here. Extra time, 110th minute, 10 minutes to go until a penalty shootout. If there's no more goals scored, Argentina 2, Cape Verde 2 in Miami in the round of 32 at the World Cup. Argentina, the reigning World Cup champions, number one team in the world. Cape Verde, it's small island country off the coast of Africa with 530,000 citizens. And they have taken Argentina to the absolute brink here, 2-2 in extra time. Argentina with a goal from Messi in the first half. It looked like they were cruising. Second half, about 15, 20 minutes into the second half, and Cape Verde ties it up. And then they go to extra time. Argentina scores immediately to go up 2-1. And then one of the greatest goals I've ever seen from Sidney Lopez Cabral. A just bend it like Beckham out of the freaking top drawer from the corner of the 18-yard box. And he beats the goalie. And it's one of the greatest goals I've ever seen. So here we go, 2-2. And Argentina has a corner. And Argentina's got the game go-ahead goal. 3-2. It's another goal from Argentina.
No.
Messi swung it in. It's headed inside the post. It's a goal for Argentina. 3-2 in the 111th minute. A heartbreaker. A second heartbreaker for Cape Verde. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Pat, I'm scared to do the show with you again on Monday because last night it was Croatia breaking my heart. Tonight it's Cape Verde, and we got the USA playing on Monday. So maybe I just have to root for Belgium. Maybe I just got to bet them. I got to root for them. You know, do our country some good. Little reverse jinx. This is tougher than Croatia last night because we're on the verge of history, of the biggest upset ever in the World Cup. And Argentina scored again.
And you know how cruel soccer is, PJ. Like the initial header didn't look like, just from the angle that I'm seeing here on the second, third replay, the initial header off of Christian Romero, one of their defenders, didn't look like it was going inside the post. It looked like it might have, it was definitely going on goal. But then it deflects off of one of the Cape Verde defenders' hands. And that spun it even more towards the back post. And that's why the slight little deflection it took goes inside the post and goes in the goal. And Argentina have now scored twice in extra time. Cape Verde has already come up with 2 miracles. Could they possibly find a third? They've got maybe 9 minutes left to do so here. But, man, damn, we're going to be talking about this game for years as what could have been if this result holds. 9 minutes to go. Cape Verde down 3-2 after Christian Romero scores a header off of a corner kick that Messi took. 3-2 Argentina. Jeez. Just gutting.
Oh, Pat, that's just an old kick in the nards right there. I did not expect that to happen. That's really unfortunate. But you know what? We didn't think they'd tie it up at 1. We didn't think they'd tie it up at 2. So maybe they got another one in them. But we'll see. Goodness.
All right, really quickly. Well, again, we'll continue to keep you updated. But while that's going on, so the Sun, which is a newspaper, whatever what have you, whatever you like. What would you call the New York Post?
Outlet.
It's a newspaper, right?
Yeah. Newspaper outlet. Yeah.
So the Sun is a newspaper, I believe, in the UK, and so they have a Twitter account called the Sun Football, soccer, and they have a story. They have a headline. The Sun Football reporting that England players will be allowed to use Viagra for their match against Mexico to help with the altitude inside Estadio Azteca in Mexico City, which, PJ, we were talking about the other day. Mexico City is more than 7,000 feet above sea level. Denver, Mile High City, a mile, 5,280 feet. Mexico City is an extra 2,000 feet of elevation on top of that. I didn't even know this, but Viagra helps with elevation sickness. This is new to me. When I Googled it, it says, yes, Viagra can help mitigate the effects of high elevation, though it is not a cure for altitude sickness. It is sometimes used by mountain climbers and athletes to combat the symptoms of a thinner, low oxygen atmosphere, because Viagra relaxes your blood vessels and it reduces pulmonary pressure. I mean, it definitely doesn't reduce pressure in a certain area, but can you imagine that? All these dudes from England hopped up on Viagra. I wouldn't want to cover them. I wouldn't want to defend them. Yeah, you get a piece of some lumbar sticking into you.
That's true. That is interesting. Did you see all the England fans chanting at Michael Harris the other night, the Atlanta Braves center fielder?
Yes. I think we were talking about this yesterday, right? They were just serenading him with chant after chant. It was awesome.
Amazing. And then I think somebody gave him a phone. He was doing like jersey swaps with fans, and he was taking photos and videos with them. Absolutely hilarious. And I was scrolling through TikTok, and people were asking like, why did you guys choose Michael Harris? And they're like, he was the chosen one, just he was the one calling us. So we went with Michael Harris, but that is a pretty interesting story, Pat. We'll see. Whatever I guess works. Oh my God, that dude almost scored an absolute 13 on Cabo Verde. Holy smokes.
Yep, same guy that scored the last goal. Lopez Cabral just rips a free kick, and it produces an incredible save from Emi Martinez. That probably would have went crossbar down into the goal if Martinez didn't get a hand on that. What a save. What another near miracle goal for Cape Verde.
That guy has that shot down, man. Holy smokes.
And I think he was playing. He's playing for the third tier, a third tier team in Germany. Let me see what team he's playing for. I think he just got transferred to Trabzonspor, which is in Turkey, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah. So last season, he was playing for Köln, or it's like spelled Cologne, but it's Köln in Germany. He was playing for Victoria Köln, which is in the third tier of Germany soccer. And then this year, he got transferred to Benfica, which is one of the best teams in Portugal. But like last year, my dude was playing in the third tier of Germany. And just 2 days ago, he got transferred from Benfica to Trabzonspor, which is, again, one of the best teams in Turkey. But like, this dude was playing in the third tier of German soccer. He scored one of the greatest goals I've ever seen in my life, and he nearly just scored another one. Like, that goes to show you. We think sometimes, PJ, right? We normally, I feel like, talk about it the most in baseball, how like GMs find hidden gems, these guys that are in AA or AAA, or players that are just kind of off the scrap heap, and then they turn them into all-stars. What can happen in soccer, I think, probably takes that to another level. It's incredible. This guy was playing in like a third tier of Germany. It's like terrible.
Yep.
It's like probably comparative with like single A baseball.
There's always, out of this tournament, there's always a few guys that are playing in like the second tier or third tier in the country and then perform on this stage and all of a sudden make it big with a big club. And these Cabo Verde guys, man, are absolutely making a name for themselves. It is unbelievable. The goalie that we were talking about earlier, terrific. He's been so good all tournaments, been great in this game. And I get 13 on Cabo Verde. I mean, the goal and then that last free kick that he had. Holy smokes, were those good shots. So awesome for them, man. For these people, that country, the exposure that they're getting, all these people that are going to book trips to Cabo Verde now that are looking it up on a map. It's man,
Yeah, they nearly just scored again. They've got a corner, 119th minute. You got maybe you probably have 2 minutes of stoppage time because Argentina scored a goal, so you maybe got another 3 minutes left here if you're Cape Verde. And they just missed the sitter. Oh my gosh, they just missed a sitter. It should have been a goal, but he was offsides anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. Maybe it was better that way because, PJ, that would have really ripped your heart out of your chest after what we saw Portugal-Croatia last night. He was way offside, so it wouldn't have mattered, but man, off the corner, ball goes out of the box, and then they flick it back in, and my man has one on the doorstep, and he just smokes it over the crossbar, but he was way offside, so it would not have mattered, and that might have been the last chance for the greatest upset in World Cup history. There's only about 2 minutes left to go here. Wow, I can't even say missed opportunity because he was way off, but I saw that happen, and I thought for sure that was going in the back of the net, and I was going to have to try to hide my emotions because I know you were like 15 seconds behind me. I don't know how I would have been able to do it.
Monty keeps texting OMG in the chat. He's texted it like 5 times, and for this game, it's been warranted because there's so much that is going on, but time's running out, Pat. They probably got a couple minutes left to try and get the equalizer here. They had a couple of great opportunities on that last attack.
Oh my God, they just had another opportunity. And they're going to have one. All right, so 3 minutes. 3 minutes of stoppage time. Cape Verde's got another corner. There is a Argentina player writhing around in pain. I think he just took that shot off the cubes. He blocked it with with the family jewels. That's Lisandro Martinez, the guy who scored the second goal. Oh my gosh, dude. Blocked that one right off the family jewels. So he is in a lot of pain. And they're trying to get this corner taken here. You got to add on maybe another 30 seconds, maybe another minute. We got to take a break. When we come back, we'll have either another miracle goal to tell you about and a penalty shootout on the way, or Argentina will have survived the greatest upset in World Cup history. We'll come back, get you the final, or we'll get you a potential another goal when we return. 310-840-4910. And we've got plenty of texts that have been coming through as well, so we'll get to those as well. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This, in my opinion, is one of the worst trades in Celtics, if not NBA history, and one that could end up costing Brad Stevens his job. It feels like his Nico Harrison moment.
Ooh, I don't know if it was full Nico, but it has not been received well across the league at all, Chris. And I think for me, the first thing that popped out after you realize, whoa, okay, they actually did it, is the Celtics wanted to get out of the Jaylen Brown business that bad. And as good of a player as he is, and maybe he becomes even better in time, a finals MVP, something is going on there behind the scenes that the Celtics would sit there and go, okay, we're going to make this deal. We're going to make it right now, and we're going to get back the best return we can. 2 future firsts and 2 seconds and taking on Paul George. Okay, I guess. Done. And that, to me, is where I was like, what is happening back there? Because you're right. On the surface, what is Brad Stevens thinking? This is a guy who helped deliver them to a really solid season last year. But I would also tell you, and I know my old friend Bobby Marks got absolutely crushed for at least the full quote of the analytics that everybody bounced around in a much longer interview. But there are people around the league, when you talk to front offices, that are like, Jaylen Brown's a really good player, but is he the number one guy? Is he the guy that you're going to build around? for years and years, there's definitely debate about that. So he has a chance to go to Philly now and prove everybody wrong. And the Sixers are lined up absolutely. What would scare me, and we can get into the layers here, but you're banking still on Joel Embiid staying healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody should bet on that. But as far as this deal goes, time will tell. And that deal, I think, scared off lots of people because if you're paying Jaylen Brown $65 million a year, that's kind of the cost of doing business down the league. I get it, but he's got to stay at the same level year after year after year. But on top of the shock value, I went, something has to be off in that balance in Boston to have a guy that you drafted, you developed, and you moved out anyway.
Yeah, I wonder what that other aspect of the relationship was between Jaylen Brown and the Celtics organization, because on his Twitch stream yesterday, he made it clear to not totally defend Brad Stevenson, but he said, hey, you know, some of the lines of communication with Brad weren't great, but I think there's more to it, sort of alluding to someone or something else in the organization that may have helped push him out the door. I just think when you go from, and I got this sense from everything that Jaylen said yesterday too, was when you go from, hey, we may have to move you to acquire Giannis, I think Jaylen Brown would have been somewhat accepting of that as long as there was the third team involved that he landed with that he felt good about. And then all of a sudden you pivot to, all right, we're not landing Giannis. We're re-signing Neemias Queta, which happened this morning. And the pivot move is to still trade Jaylen Brown, but to bring in Paul George. I've seen people allude to it as a salary dump. That doesn't quite compute for me, but it's a very strong pivot away from, no, we're all in on winning a title every year to, okay, we're taking a half step back in an Eastern Conference where annually for the last 10 years, really, we've been right there at the top.
Chris, I can't disagree with any part of it other than to say Jaylen Brown is one of the most polarizing players in the league because on the surface, you see finals MVP, you see a guy who plays a lot, especially in these last couple of years, who produces. You see all the things that you would want in a player that you are building around for the long haul. The second part to that, though, is there are a lot of people who sit there and say, all right, Jaylen Brown is a heck of a player. But there is that debate. It's not just analytics. It's when you talk to people in various different positions across the league. You say, okay, well, what about Jaylen Brown? And they go, yep, nice player. But is he the difference maker over and over again? And there is question to that.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Oh, man. One of the great games in recent World Cup memory produces nearly the greatest upset in World Cup history, but Argentina, hour of what they're calling an own goal. There was a deflection off the head from Christian Romero, and they're ruling it an own goal in the 111th minute. Hang on to beat Cape Verde 2 in extra time. The number one team in the world, the reigning World Cup champions, went to extra time with the little island country off the coast of Africa. Argentina scored immediately in extra time to go up 2-1. Cape Verde with one of the great goals I've ever seen from Sidney Lopez Cabral, tied it up at 2, and then an own goal off of a corner, which really was a great header, but it takes the deflection, and that's why they're calling it an own goal. In the 111th minute, Argentina hangs on and wins 3-2. PJ, I mean, gutted for Cape Verde. Second straight night, we're on the air for just an incredible roller coaster of a game that ends in heartbreaking fashion. But man, that's like, I hope if nothing else, one, tourism explodes in Cabo Verde.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that country is people never say, like, where is this country ever again? And I hope that people, if you went into this World Cup thinking, soccer stinks, it's boring, like, I hope your opinion on the game has completely changed, because we've gotten great game, incredible game after unforgettable game, and this was another one.
So good. So good. I got a bunch of buddies texting me what a game that was. Game of the tournament so far. Everything you could want. Big favorite versus an underdog. Powerhouse versus a team making their first World Cup appearance. They went toe-to-toe with them. We had highlight reel goals, highlight reel saves. That was a terrific soccer game, Pat. So good. Argentina, it certainly looked like they were on the ropes. It felt like it was Cape Verde's night for a while, but credit them for finding a way to win the match, and now they move on. But Pat, as I told you, I know they got Messi. I know they're the champs. It just does not feel like the same team to me. They're fortunate that their draw is much easier than the top half of the bracket this year in the World Cup, but certainly whoever wins tonight's Ghana and Colombia match got to feel like, you know what? When we go up against Argentina, we feel a lot better probably about that game than we did 3 hours ago after watching what Cabo Verde did to them.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Do you give Egypt a chance now in the next round? That's who Argentina is going to play here. Do you give Egypt a shot of beating Argentina? Like, was that Argentina not playing up to the standard? Or is this just a Cape Verde team that we saw now tie Spain 0-0 and then take Argentina to extra time and nearly beat them? Like, I think I don't know where they came from. Obviously, they qualified for it through the Africa, World Cup qualifying stage. But like this team, I didn't even know it was a country. How? That's all. Like, how have they? Honestly, it's a little disappointing that they haven't been in a World Cup before. It's every 4 years. So I guess a lot of these guys on this team are probably in their mid-20s. They were probably too young to be as good as a team as they are now. But man, like they've raised the bar for not only their country, but again, do you think you give Egypt a chance now because of how much Argentina had to sweat, or is Cape Verde just that good and we just didn't know it?
I kind of think Cape Verde is just that good, Pat. I really do. I think they're a better team than Egypt. I think if those two played, Cape Verde would probably draw, and then they'd go into extra time and PKs, and maybe they'd find a way to win it. But yeah, I mean, Egypt certainly has a chance. If the Paraguay, Germany, and Cape Verde, Argentina has taught us nothing, it's anybody's got a chance at this level, especially once you get to knockout round games. Everybody's got a shot. So Egypt definitely has a chance, but I think your best bet is, I think Colombia is probably the team to do it. I expect them to win tonight against Ghana. Also, Pat, how great is it that was nearly a 3-hour match, and now we just roll right into Colombia? That's just beautiful, right?
That's
there.
Right. So we only got to wait 35 minutes for Ghana, Colombia. They're 9:30 p.m. Eastern. That's what we needed.
Fantastic.
Forget the result.
Love it. So
we just go right into another game.
It's absolutely beautiful. So love that. But I still think Colombia is the best shot. Egypt certainly can do it. But if I were looking for a team to upset Argentina, I still think Colombia is probably the one on that bottom half of the bracket.
Well, I was telling you before the game, before the show started, I kind of feel like Ghana's going to pull an upset here. They're plus 400 to advance on BetMGM. I think they could do it. I mean, these are two defensive-minded teams. You get a 0-0 game, a 1-1 game again. If this goes to extra time, if Ghana's defense is able to hold firm and be strong, anything can happen, especially after what we just saw. Rub the lamp a little bit more. Let's see if a Ghana genie pops out and knocks off Colombia. But, man, we nearly just saw the greatest upset in World Cup history. Argentina survives Cape Verde. We'll hit the list next on a Friday night. We'll continue to have some fun. He is PJ Glasser. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
This is Rich Paul talking about how everything changed with the Jaylen Brown trade.
Philadelphia, everything changed.
Do
So
they
now-
have his attention as Windhorst is reporting?
How could you not have the attention when you have Maxey, Edgecombe, Brown, Embiid?
They're missing. All they really need here is a power forward who can think the game and shoot.
That's why he's in the middle.
That's it. I mean, it is the perfect place for him right now. LeBron shouldn't be considering any other spots. Look, if Philly ends up backing away, then okay, maybe you go back to the old Golden State, Miami, Cleveland well. And you salve your financially related ego with whoever is willing to move around the most money and trade out contracts and get you the biggest number. And then you go on your retirement tour and you throw up the chalk every night and you get some rocking chairs in different cities and all that. And it'll still be the LeBron James retirement tour in his final season. But we'll all know that it's not legitimately to chase a title. We'll know that the cap is maybe at best conference finals. Maybe at absolute best. You go to Philly, you fit in that lineup. I don't care if they're only paying you the absolute veteran minimum. What is it, like $3 million? If you're LeBron James and all you really care about in playing your final season is winning a title, that's the spot to go. That's where LeBron should go, is Philadelphia. Kenny, you heartily disagree.
Who knows what he's going to end up deciding? But Chris, to your point about Philly, it makes a whole lot of sense when you look at what they have in place now as well. The only thing I'd caution is I wouldn't go mortgaging any kind of future assets to go land LeBron for a year because by all rights, this is probably going to be it.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. And PJ's filling in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 of what has once again, for the second straight night, been an incredibly chaotic and wild show. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talking text line to join the show. If you are just joining us and you wanted to join in on the fun, or you want to listen to some sports talk radio, I mean, we got plenty of sports to talk about, but man, me and PJ were captivated by the latest World Cup thriller. Argentina survives what would have been the greatest upset in World Cup history. They hang on and beat Cape Verde 3-2 in extra time. 3 goals alone in the 30 minutes of extra time. And so if you want to join in on that fun, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. We got a bunch of texts we can get to, PJ, but man, we're going to hit the list in a little bit. But before we do that, just, we had a chance to catch our breath after the final whistle here. Any final thoughts as we send the little island nation of Cape Verde back home with, I went downstairs in the one commercial break and I heard Stu Holden said it. He said, "Thank you, Cape Verde, from the world." Like, thank you for that's just an incredible all-time game that we just bared witness to.
I mean, just truly well said by Stu Holden, because we all share the same thing, Pat. None of us thought that game would be the game of the tournament, let alone one of the better soccer games that, we can remember. Argentina and France, that World Cup final 4 years ago, is the best soccer game I've ever seen, especially considering it was the final. This one with the upset at stake, Messi's last World Cup game at stake, the defending champions, a team making their first World Cup debut, knockout round debut, just all of it, all the storylines. It was epic. And I mean, that goal that Cabo Verde scored, tied up at 2. Unbelievable. But this World Cup, Pat, just keeps delivering every single night, man. So good. So hell of an effort tonight from Cape Verde. I really thought they were going to win it. I thought they were going to find a way. And I can't wait to watch them again 4 years from now. And I hope they're just as electric as they were tonight in this tournament.
310-840-4910. That's well said. We've got more action coming up in less than 30 minutes. Ghana and Colombia for the final spot in the round of 16. The winner plays Switzerland, but the round of 16 starts tomorrow. Canada versus Morocco, France versus Paraguay, 4th of July weekend. I've got some thoughts on Joey Chestnut, that loser Joey Chestnut, that we could get into. We can get into some baseball conversation as we are more than halfway through the baseball season, and we're a week away from the All-Star break, so we'll get into some baseball in a little bit. But it is a Friday night, and after he was off for the first couple days of the week, he was back yesterday. He's back today. The man, the myth, the creator, Michael Montgomery, of this Friday night segment that we love to play, and it is called The List.
I'm gonna have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey! The champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list!
A little Friday night trivia, baby. We get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. We get the man that I mentioned before, the video producer of this program, Monty, a.k.a. Michael Montgomery. He is the curator and creator of the list each and every Friday night. Monty gives us a list. We then go one by one, as many guesses as we can until somebody gets it wrong and gets knocked out. Last man standing wins. All right, Monty. You created one hell of a list last week. NBA or NFL coaches that came directly from college. And I think it took all of 3 rounds to knock me out. And we had a We had a winner very shortly after that, which, by the way, was Combs or PJ? Who won it last week? I forget.
PJ, I think, right?
I was not here, so it was not me.
Oh, that's right.
I was off last Friday.
Was it Zach?
It's a double D,
I think.
David Dykstra. Double D.
It was Double D. Double D got knocked out right after that, and then PJ won it. So, yeah, we only got through Combs. We only got through about 6 names. All right, and then after PJ won, I think he got an extra 2. But that was a hell of a list from Monty last week. So, Monty, what do you got cooked up for us here on this Friday night?
Nothing. We're not going to be following that with anything crazy, unfortunately. I wasn't able to have a good second act, but I figured we'll switch to baseball here. We had some pretty solid pitchers on the mound tonight, one of which Ohtani, getting ready to start soon. So let's do strikeout leaders in Major League Baseball this season. So pitchers with the most strikeouts entering tonight, top 20. That's what we got.
Okay. All right. I know Combs' eyes probably lit up for this one because he's an absolute lunatic.
I know.
This one is going to be tough. This one's going to be tough.
It's a little more straightforward.
All right. How do we want to do the order here? PJ, we usually let PJ, since he is the co-host, the guest co-host, the fill-in co-host. Usually PJ will go first. Combs, I normally go last, but I think, honestly, you're the baseball whiz. I think you should go last. I think I should go second.
Okay.
I agree.
How many names on the list, Monty, by the way?
Top
Did you go 20?
Yep. Top 20.
Okay.
All right. I'll start things off, Monty, with the Miz, Jacob Mizorowski.
He is the leader in strikeouts this year.
All right, I'll go with my guy. I'll get my guy off the board here right away. He's going to win the Cy Young Award in the American League, and that is Cam Schlittler.
He's on the list, but he's not winning the Cy Young. Brandon.
No, I'll go with the guy who might win the Cy Young out of there, and that's Dylan Cease.
He's not winning the Cy Young either, but he is on the list.
What about Nasty Nate Eovaldi?
Ooh.
Does anybody call him that?
Yeah,
Nope.
people call him Nasty Nate. Do they not?
Do they? I don't know. I've never heard that,
No.
but he is
I don't
on the
know.
list.
Oh, okay. I thought they called him that.
He had a
Maybe
bunch of
not. Maybe I
strikeouts
just made
last
that up.
night.
I'm gonna go with a guy that stinks and is washed up, but he can definitely still ring up the strikeouts. How about Paul, Mr. Livy Dunn Skeens?
You are correct. 5th
Where I was
on
going
the
next.
season.
Good one.
Christopher Sanchez.
He is number 2. 136 strikeouts entering tonight. Only 20 behind Mizorowski.
What about Joe Ryan from Minnesota?
What about Joe Ryan? Yep, he's on the list.
Monty, you're scaring me, dude.
What about Joe Ryan? All right, I'm going to go with a guy that I'm pretty positive has stayed healthy this year, which is not always a given. But if he has made just about every start, he's got to be on this list. He's got to be in the top 20. All right. Give me Jacob deGrom, please.
I knew that's where you were going, and you are correct. 9th
Okay.
strikeouts this season. 115.
Damn. Let's go with Christopher Sanchez's teammate, Jesus Luzardo. He's got a ton of them, I know.
He is on the list as well.
Jeez.
You guys are crushing it.
All right. Taking a shot with this one. I don't know if he's a big strikeout guy. I know he's having a good season. The team's having a good year. I'll go with Drew Rasmussen.
Oh, PJ. He is not on the list.
Oh!
Was that a bad guess? I thought that was a pretty good guess.
It's not
That is
bad.
a good guess.
He's 31st, 93 strikeouts entering tonight. So just
I didn't know which Tampa guy to take, so I took a shot with him, but clearly wasn't the right one.
yeah, he's about 10 strikeouts too few.
Okay.
Jeez.
Brutal. I'm out.
All right. White knuckle time. This is a guess more than anything, but just again another guy based off his resume. I think he's made just about every start. He's got to be in the top 20 if this is the case. Oh man, one of the best strikeout artists of all time. He's got to be in the top 20 unless he's missed a bunch of starts that I haven't known about.
Gotta be.
Give me Chris Sale.
I knew it.
Monty.
You are correct.
Oh,
good one.
17th. Barely makes the cut.
Wow.
Who's having good years? God. What's his first name? I don't want to get the first name wrong. Jose Soriano.
You are correct. He is 15th, I believe. Yep, 111 strikeouts for Mr. Soriano. There are 9 players remaining.
I'm just thinking of what I would assume to be the best pitchers now. This is, jeez. I got to start every Thursday. I just got to start checking the leaderboards for baseball.
You got to start thinking about like who's having good years, like what teams are good, like what. That's what I've been doing. Just go off what teams are good.
There's some surprising names on the list. Nobody's gonna get that guy. Nobody's gonna get that guy. Nobody's gonna get that guy. So
that's good.
I bet you at least one of those names that you just said, I'll get.
I'll take that bet.
All right.
Considering I won't know who you said.
There can't be anybody else on the Yankees. So then my initial thought goes to the Mets. And there's only one possible name because the entire team stinks. But the one lone bright spot is a guy that I know a lot of Mets fans said was better than Cam Schlittler a year ago. And they look very foolish now. I'm hoping he's on here.
There's only one way to find out.
Because I know he's... What?
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure he's stayed healthy, so I'm gonna take a stab here from the New York Mets, Nolan McLean.
He is on the list, 12th.
That's a good one.
Oh, good guess.
That's a good one.
Wouldn't have gotten that one.
There are teams outside New York, though, just so you know, Pat. There's a whole other rest of the country.
Damn. All right. This point of the game, I usually like to go with teammates. Let's go with Braxton Ashcraft.
That is one of the ones I thought nobody would get. He is 10th.
What do you mean nobody would get Braxton Ashcraft? What do you mean?
That's 'cause nobody knows who that is, Combs.
He's been the Pirates' best pitcher. He's been better than Paul Skeens.
Pat is in
He's
shock.
been better than Paul Skeens. What are you talking about?
That's okay.
He's like 8-3 or 9-3 or something.
Who in their right mind throws out Braxton Ashcraft?
Who do you not watch baseball? I've got another one that you probably...
I've heard of the name before. I've never assumed he's in the top 20 in baseball in strikeouts.
If you don't,
he's in the top 10. That's what's
I'm
crazy.
I'm gonna give you a clue since you don't think that you can't throw out Braxton Ashcraft. There's a name that I'm holding on to, and he's from the Miami Marlins, and it's not Sandy Alcantara. So I just gave you a hint.
That one is, to me, makes way more sense than Braxton Ashcraft Combs.
How?
because he's a better pit. He has better
I'm a
stuff
Cubs
than Ashcraft.
fan.
He gets
And Braxton Ashcraft pitches in the National League Central. Why is that so shocking?
I don't think anybody would think he's in the top 20 in strikeouts.
Never. Could have given me 1,000 guesses.
You guys don't watch baseball.
No. Well, I know of a Graham Ashcraft. Isn't that somebody? Was that a Reds guy? Wasn't there a
Yeah,
Graham
he was really
Ashcraft?
bad.
I believe so, yeah. He would have never been on
He's
the
in
list.
he's in the bullpen now. Was he the
So he
Yankees
was-
closer for a little bit?
I don't know.
I think last
So
year.
that
or
guy
something?
was Ashcraft. This is Ashcraft. Right? That's what it is.
All right, Combs. I think I'm gonna steal your answer here because I'm pretty sure you gave it to me. Because I think
because you looked it up.
no, because if I'm not mistaken, I picked against him in Let's Go Streaking last night because I picked Hunter Goodman of the Rockies, and it was either last night or 2 nights ago. I'm pretty sure it was last night. Or whatever it was. I remember, I always go to the game cast and I go to the lineups and I check out the career numbers. And I was like, all right, what is Hunter Goodman career off of what's his face? And I was like, oh, this guy's got 9 wins. This guy's 9-0. The only reason why this guy's going to be in the top 20 in strikeouts is because I saw this yesterday or 2 days ago when I did Let's Go Streaking. So, and I hope I don't screw his name up. I know the last name. I hope I don't botch the first name here. But I think, Combs, you just gave me an answer, and I thank you for it if I get his name right.
I don't think you're thinking of the right guy.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's 9-0.
I think he is.
So I'm hoping this is right. Max Meyer from the Marlins? Is that it?
You are correct.
How could you butcher the first name? How could you butcher Max?
I don't know if it was Mike or Matt.
Oh, my God.
Max
Okay.
Meyer. It's a good one.
I got one more name that I'm holding on to, just throwing out for him. Reputation.
Somebody from Seattle has to be on this list. Maybe 2 from Seattle. Hell, maybe 3 from Seattle. Let's go Logan Gilbert.
He is on the list. 18.
That was who I was going with. Oh, my God, dude. You stink!
There are 5
No way you
pitchers
just throw out this many
remaining.
names and you don't get one wrong.
Well, it's the whole point of the segment.
You've thrown out
so
this
there
many
is a
names and
way.
didn't get
Yeah.
one wrong. The hell?
I mean, the chances you didn't throw out a guy that's 23 or 24 or
What
26.
about you? You're still going.
Screw you! I'm throwing out Chris Sale and Schlittler and Skeens. And you're giving me Braxton Ashcraft.
Well, wait till you hear my next name.
What team is he on?
I'm not telling you. I gave you one hint.
Logan Gilbert was my only other name I had in my head. That I thought is a guy that consistently racks up strikeouts. But the fact that you said maybe 2 Seattle Mariners. I mean, I know this guy gets a ton of strikeouts as well. Oh, man. Now, you know what? If I'm going down, I'm going down with the ship. He may only pitch 5-6 innings a game, but if he's going to win the Cy Young Award, he's got to be in the top 20 in strikeouts. I'm not going down with anybody but the GOAT. Give me Ohtani, Monty. He's got to be in the top 20.
He's not. But I guess maybe he's not qualified to be in the top 20. Let me check real quick. I didn't even think about. Or no, he's not. He's not. 86, 45th.
Oof.
He's only pitched 79
All right.
innings. Most of these guys are in the 90s. So it's about 11 innings short from having enough strikeouts, or he would need to be striking out way more people.
All right, Combs, go ahead and throw out freaking Spencer Arrighetti.
I'm going to tell you who I'm going
some
to
other
throw out.
obscure name.
Guy who I was going to throw
name
out
all
is from the
5,
Cleveland
Combs.
Guardians. He's going to be pitching against the White Sox this weekend, and that is Parker Messick. He might be 21st, 22nd.
He is 19th. You are correct.
Of course.
Parker
Not the
Messick.
Guardian I thought you were going to get.
Oh, goodness. Next time I come down with the cold, I'm going to tell people I'm Parker Messick. I mean, what is that?
I've got two more names. Another one from Cleveland, right? Gavin Williams probably on there.
He is number 6.
All right, and then staying in the NL Central is Chase Burns on there.
He was the one I was surprised nobody got earlier. He's number 8.
I was saving him.
That's a good one.
But
Is
now I'm
Gosman
out of
on there?
names. I don't know the last two.
Is Gosman on there?
The last.
Oh, you forget
Gosman
from
is
when Monty told
not.
you what the list was going to be yesterday?
Okay.
You
I would
get
never.
so mad. I love it.
This is ridiculous. The fact that you just Braxton Ashcraft's got to be in there, right? Braxton Ashcraft. Everybody knows that.
That was crazy.
If Braxton Ashcraft was like 20th, then I would understand. He's in the top 10, Pat. I'm a freaking I'm a baseball moron. That's all I do is watch baseball.
The difference between the top 10 and 20 is only like 8 strikeouts. So it's going to change a bunch before we get to the end of the season. The last 2 names on the list, Reed Detmers of the Angels and Mackenzie Gore, who I was surprised nobody got, of the Rangers, because he was a huge strikeout guy last year.
Wow, so they got the Rangers have
I didn't think he
3
was
of
having
them.
a good enough season. Wow. Reed Detmers.
Yeah.
Holy
I would have
hell.
thought Gosman. When I got out and I was sitting there thinking, I was like, maybe Gosman was in the top 20, but I guess he wasn't.
Gosman is 23rd, PJ, so very close.
You know who would have got Reed Detmers? Our guy yesterday, who was a big Angels fan, Peyton.
Oh yeah, Peyton.
He would
Peyton
have got
would've
Reed Detmers. He's another one that we would play this game, and me and him would probably still be the ones that are still going. He's just like me. When him and I talk baseball, like he throws out names, and I'm like, what the hell? Yeah.
That was a
I
good
feel
one.
robbed.
I'm not.
EJ, I feel robbed.
How do you feel robbed? Literally nothing
Braxton
controversial happened.
You know what's going to be funny, though, about this? Pat will never forget again who Braxton Ashcraft is. I can promise you that. He'll never forget. Pat, name a pitcher off the Pirates. Braxton Ashcraft. Not Skeens?
Hey, he's better than
Nope.
Paul Skeens.
Ashcraft.
He's better than Paul Skeens.
He's been having a better season than Paul Skeens. I don't know what to tell you.
That's utterly ridiculous.
I'd like to.
What a ridiculous sham of a segment this has become. All right, we'll go to break.
You won one, Pat. It's been a minute, hadn't it?
We'll go to break. 310-840-4910. We'll do blind rankings next. At least I know Combs can't cheat at this. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Yes, I love James Cook. Okay? That's why I have the Bills ranked number 5. I love James Cook. But what exactly is behind him if something happens to James Cook? What happens? If you got to go with Ty Johnson or Ray Davis or Frank Gore Jr., I think I'd rather have Frank Gore Sr. backing up James Cook. So I love James Cook, but eventually, as much as they run him, they're going to run him into the ground. Maybe it's not this year. Maybe I'm proven wrong. And the Bills running back room once again proves to be the best in the league because of the singular talent of James Cook. But I got him all the way down at number 5 because I just don't believe in the depth behind them. Again, I'll open the floor to anyone else on the show to disagree with me after I give you my power rankings. Number 4 is the only 1-2 punch that I have ranked in the top 5. And it's Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, the Rams. This is a really good 1-2 punch. Like, I considered vaulting them higher in the rankings because I love what Kyron Williams does as a dual threat back. And I also love Blake Corum. I think he's going to take another leap. I mean, he averaged 5 yards a carry last year, but I think he's going to take yet another leap based on some of the offseason stuff we've seen from him into year 3. I think it's the best 1-2 punch in the league, Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, and I went back and forth with the top 3 a good bit before I settled on this ranking. Number 3, it pains me to put Jahmyr Gibbs behind anybody, but I have the Lions number 3. Look, he's still the most explosive threat, I think, the most singular explosive threat of any running back in the league, Jahmyr Gibbs. But I think losing David Montgomery as the complementary back to him is a big loss, especially when you consider the drop-off to Isaiah Pacheco. I'm not a fan of Pacheco, and I think that is a massive drop-off.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All righty, Ghana and Colombia, moments away from starting. Last round of 32 game here at the World Cup, and then the round of 16 starts tomorrow. Combs cheating his way to another win in the list. It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Why don't we roll into another Friday night little game here as we've got Colombia, Ghana about to start. Why don't we do a little blind rankings? Combs, we did this yesterday with 4th of July most commonly consumed barbecue foods. And I got to admit, I think me and PJ built a pretty perfect list with our blind rankings, where you give us 5 things, you give it to us one by one, and we have to slot in the first one wherever we see fit, and you just hope that you leave space for number 1 or that you have a great number 1. And then what was the second topic we did, right? We squeezed another one in there, didn't we?
Yeah, we did
that aren't all-stars.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think we nailed that as well.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was a pretty good list. I thought you guys both had potato salad a little bit too high on your list for barbecue, because potato salad It goes straight in the trash for me at my barbecues. But yeah, no, I thought it was. Oh, look, you got your list right there from yesterday.
Yeah, if you're watching,
barbecue ribs,
live on
both
YouTube,
went
Twitter, or
second.
Twitch.
Yeah, baked beans would have been number one for me though. Would have been number one.
Yeah, but I mean that's because you said you make your
100%.
own homemade baked beans. So I'm a little biased, and I had baked beans. I didn't get 3. I had potato salad at 4 because I normally get a good potato salad, and I hate corn on the cob. I'll defend my list.
Do you put raisins in your potato salad?
Raisins? No.
Yeah, it's so weird to me when people do that. I think it's gross. Anyway, all right. Today we're gonna do a little bit differently. All right, you guys are going to build a football team with a quarterback, a running back, a wide receiver, a tight end, and a defense/special teams. And I'm gonna give you a random team, and then you guys will take turns going back and forth with one another. And you cannot choose the same player. And whoever will alternate who goes first, so that way it makes it fair. Are you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right.
Ghana nearly just scored in the first minute.
Dude,
Rip from outside the box.
Snipe
Just
that was.
is
Holy
wide.
smokes. Ooh.
So, PJ, you are the guest. You will go first.
Okay.
Your first team, the Tennessee Titans.
Oh. Interesting.
So wait, just before PJ goes, Combs, you said you're giving us quarterback, running back, receiver, tight end, and defense. And we have to build a football team. So this isn't a 1 through 5 thing, is it?
Well, there's 5 spots, but yeah.
Yeah.
You got to fill your spot. So if PJ goes quarterback here, you cannot go quarter unless you want to take their backup quarterback, but you would either go wide receiver, tight end, running back.
Okay, so we can't use.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, gotcha.
You can't use the same player.
All right. I'll go. It's either between Carnell Tate or the defense. I'll go with Tennessee's defense.
Okay.
I can't go with
Tennessee's
the backup defense.
I got 2.
I'll go receiver. Carnell Tate. Not only that, Wan'Dale Robinson. And we can look things up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can look
I
up
forgot
depth charts
outside
if
of
you want.
Carnell Tate and Wan'Dale Robinson. I forget off the top of my head who they have. Calvin Ridley, Alec Iomanor, Chamari Dike, the guys that were on their team last year that were like the number 1 and number 2. So now you slot in Carnell Tate and Wan'Dale with Calvin Ridley. I'll take the Titans receiving core.
All right. So you go, well, not receiving core. You'll go with Carnell Tate.
Oh,
right?
Monty's saying I have to pick a wide receiver. I don't get the whole group.
Yeah, you have to pick one wide receiver. Correct.
Ooh. I mean, I probably would rather have Wan'Dale Robinson over Carnell Tate. I don't know Carnell. I mean, he was the 4th overall pick, but I know Wan'Dale Robinson's a proven player, and playing with Brian Dable as his OC. I mean, it's not a great pick, but I'd rather have that than Tony Pollard. And I sure as hell ain't taking Cam Ward. So give me Wan'Dale Robinson.
All right. Wan'Dale Robinson it is. All right. The second team. Pat, you're going to go first on this one. The Miami Dolphins.
Oh, man. Oh, that's an easy one. Running back. Give me Devon Achane.
Devon Achane at running back. So now you got Devon Achane and Wan'Dale Robinson at wide receiver. Okay. Interesting. PJ, you've got Tennessee at defense. Where are you going with the Miami Dolphins?
Is Dan Marino available? Goodness. I guess I'll go with the tight end. I guess I'll go with the tight end, Dulcich. Was what I have to do. Yeah, got to do that.
Go tight end. All right, PJ, you're gonna go first here. Round number 3. The Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh God Dang it, Brando. I could have taken Bowers. You son of a gun, you. It's all right, though. I'll go. I mean, Genti's not a bad option. I'll go with Genti.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I will gladly take Brock Bowers as my tight end.
So Ashton Genti at running back for PJ, and then Brock Bowers at tight end for Pat. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Round number 4. You both have your quarterbacks left. PJ has quarterback and wide receiver. Pat has quarterback and defense. Pat, you go first here. Your team, the New Orleans Saints.
Ay. Oh, man. Well, the Saints defense is okay. Do I want to hold out? No, because I already know the last team's going to be the Jets. And you will not make me pick Geno Smith for my quarterback. So I will take the guy that had a really decent rookie season. Give me Tyler Shuck as my quarterback.
Okay. Tyler Shuck.
And that forces PJ to take the defense, too, because he can't take, I mean, unless you want to take.
He doesn't have defense. He has wide receiver.
Yeah, no wide receiver.
Oh, that's right.
So I'll go Olave.
Chris Olave.
Well, I mean, it forces him to take receiver, though, unless you want to take Spencer Rattler or Zach Wilson.
I'm gonna pass.
Would you
I'll take Olave.
Had he not taken Shuck, would you have taken him there, or would you have still gone Olave since you had wide receiver open?
I would have gone Shuck because I don't trust you, and I think off a crummy team, there was a better chance I would have gotten a good receiver than a quarterback. So I would have gone Shuck.
Yeah.
So I hope this last one, Brando.
Well,
you did me good.
I got you. I did you dirty on the tight end one. Okay, and these teams were already predetermined. Okay, I put them in order. These teams were predetermined. So Pat's defense and PJ's quarterback are going to come from the Kansas City Chiefs.
You scumbag.
Take me home, Pat Mahomes, to the place I've
predetermined my ass. All in my ass.
That's
I know if I took the same defense, that team was going to be the Jets.
Yeah.
Comma, Pat, you got to use the comma. You got to use the comma.
It's too late for that. That's getting clipped.
That's spectacular.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right. So we've got Pat with Tyler Shuck, Devon Achane, Wan'Dale Robinson, Brock Bowers, and the Kansas City Chiefs defense. PJ's got Pat Mahomes, Ashton Genti, Chris Olave, Greg Dulcich, and the Tennessee Titans. I would say that PJ wins this one, but Monty, which team would you rather have?
It's no question PJ, because you got Mahomes. So I can't believe Pat took Tyler Shuck willingly. You would have had to force me to take him. Take the Saints defense and then figure out who the next team is.
Shut up. I know for a fact Combs had the freaking Jets written down and he scribbled it out right at the end. You were waiting to screw me one way or another.
You would have gone first. Had you not taken Tyler Shuck, it was your turn to go first.
It doesn't matter. You would have said the Jets. I know you would have because you're a con artist.
I would not. Oh, my God. You are
By
such
the way,
a
I
sore
still think
loser.
my team is better. I still think
You're
my team is
crazy.
better. PJ's got
You're
Greg
crazy.
Dulcich, and he's got the freaking Titans defense. 2 years ago, they were okay. Last year, they stunk.
Kansas City's defense isn't great either.
I got Bowers. I got Wan'Dale. I got Achane. I've got 2 top 5 players at their position.
Wan'Dale Robinson is not better than Chris Olave. I'm sorry, he's not.
No, but I've got Achane's better than Genti. Bowers, a conversation with Dulcich. I got the better defense. And you know what? For as good as Mahomes is, the Chiefs were not even a playoff team with him on the squad last year. So, maybe Tyler Shuck is better than Mahomes.
Oh, all right. So now you're going to steal my take. Okay, I got you.
Let's play another game again. So you
Thank
can
you.
screw me in that game.
Brandon,
I'll get
thank you
screwed
for
again
that.
no matter what happens.
Brandon,
Oh,
thank
don't
you
worry.
for
We
that.
got more coming.
I love it.
Got a whole
All right,
segment.
I'll play. Would you
Play another round.
Wait, we got another blind build, or you want to do Would You Rather coming up next? Well, we'll play some game, and I know that I'll probably be on the short end of the stick one way or another. 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Yes, I love James Cook. Okay? That's why I have the Bills ranked number 5. I love James Cook. But what exactly is behind him if something happens to James Cook? What happens? If you got to go with Ty Johnson or Ray Davis or Frank Gore Jr., I think I'd rather have Frank Gore Sr. backing up James Cook. So I love James Cook, but eventually, as much as they run him, they're going to run him into the ground. Maybe it's not this year. Maybe I'm proven wrong. And the Bills running back room once again proves to be the best in the league because of the singular talent of James Cook. But I got him all the way down at number 5 because I just don't believe in the depth behind them. Again, I'll open the floor to anyone else on the show to disagree with me after I give you my power rankings. Number 4 is the only 1-2 punch that I have ranked in the top 5. And it's Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, the Rams. This is a really good 1-2 punch. Like, I considered vaulting them higher in the rankings because I love what Kyron Williams does as a dual threat back. And I also love Blake Corum. I think he's going to take another leap. I mean, he averaged 5 yards a carry last year, but I think he's going to take yet another leap based on some of the offseason stuff we've seen from him into year 3. I think it's the best 1-2 punch in the league, Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, and I went back and forth with the top 3 a good bit before I settled on this ranking. Number 3, it pains me to put Jahmyr Gibbs behind anybody, but I have the Lions number 3. Look, he's still the most explosive threat, I think, the most singular explosive threat of any running back in the league, Jahmyr Gibbs. But I think losing David Montgomery as the complementary back to him is a big loss, especially when you consider the drop-off to Isaiah Pacheco. I'm not a fan of Pacheco, and I think that is a massive drop-off. I mean, if it leads you to using Gibbs even more somehow, then hey, I guess that can't be a bad thing. But inevitably, you're going to have reps that go to Pacheco, and I don't think he's nearly on par with Demo. So the downgrade from David Montgomery to Isaiah Pacheco as the backup or the complementary back to Jahmyr Gibbs keeps the Lions at number 3 for me. Number 2, again, it's about a singular talent, a singular dual threat talent who I think is in a perfect opportunity to get used correctly this year. Maybe used, really, truly used correctly for the first time in his career. Bijan Robinson in Atlanta. Kevin Stefanski comes in. And look, was Kevin Stefanski necessarily worthy of Coach of the Year? I mean, I guess anybody that gets the Browns to the playoffs deserves that. But what I like about Stefanski is that he knows how to use backs. And the other part of this, too, is that whether it's Tua or Michael Penix Jr. as quarterback, I think with all the weapons in that offense, they're going to end up leaning on Bijan as a security blanket out of the backfield. And so I think Bijan is due to finally get used correctly and maybe have the biggest season of his career so far. And yet I still only have him number 2. Who could I possibly have number 1 then? I'm not doing this. I know exactly what Kenny's going to say. Oh, Penn State. Philadelphia, Saquon Barkley is due for a massive bounce-back season. Massive bounce-back season. And I really like the complimentary piece in Tank Bigsby, who averaged nearly 6 yards a carry last year. When they gave Bigsby the ball, he made things happen.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He is TJ Glasser, and the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We've got an update. Colombia on top early, 1-0 over Ghana. John Arias with the goal. And I caught the goal as it happened downstairs, but I went to go grab a little dessert. And producer Brandon Combs, you were telling me that 2 minutes before the goal, Arias got a yellow, which you thought should have been a red card. And he was only given a yellow, and then he scores a goal 2 minutes later. So a little bit of controversy already in this one, huh?
Yeah, I mean, look, if the U.S., the red card the other night for the U.S. was not even close to the severity of the one that we just saw in this game with Colombia, where he lands on the back of the guy's heel and basically twists his ankle. The Ghana player couldn't even continue. He had to come off the field. They had to sub him out. How is one a red card when it was clearly incidental? This one I would probably venture to say is probably incidental too, but it's just a more severe reaction to it. Like I don't understand how it's not a red card as well. It should have been there then, and then not even 2 minutes later he scores the goal, the same damn guy. So I don't get it. I don't get it. Are the refs out to get us?
I don't know. I didn't see it, so I'll have to see the replay of the tackle that got him a yellow card. But I mean, yeah, as fate would have it, he scores 2 minutes later. That is fitting. I'm sure there's probably a lot of Ghana fans right now that are very upset.
As well they should be. As well they should be. All right, you ready for some Would You Rather?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Let's start with this one. Heading into 2026, would you rather have the Chiefs offense, assuming health and Mahomes starts all 17, or the Rams defense? PJ?
I'd rather have the Rams defense. That Chiefs offense, there's a lot of mystery. As you said, assuming health, Mahomes starts, that's huge. You got Kenneth Walker. Kelsey, probably his last season. The receiving room's a little bit of a question mark as well. The offensive line's still pretty good, but that Rams defense, man, I mean, now that you have Myles Garrett, the linebacking core, they made trades to upgrade that secondary. They're really strong in all three levels. There's a big reason that the Rams are the heavy favorites to win the Super Bowl. It's not because that offense is elite. It's because the offense and the defense are both really, really good. So when you have maybe the best player in football in Myles Garrett as your anchor, you got good linebacking core and improved secondary, I'm going to go with the Rams defense on this one.
You said the best player, defensive player in football. I got the best offensive player in football. I'm going with the Kansas City Chiefs offense. Assuming Mahomes is healthy and starts all 17, give me Mahomes. And look, I know there's a lot of question marks around him, right? The receiving core between Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy, guys that have been injured and have had some off the field issues here over the last year and a half. But I mean, look, again, say what you will about him off the field, and Rashee Rice, who got released from jail just a couple of weeks ago after he spent 30 days there, again, he was on his way to having an incredible season 2 years ago, and then Mahomes took him out on an interception return and tore his ACL. But then he came back this year, and Rashee Rice had a pretty good season. In 8 games, he had 571 yards and 5 touchdowns. So you map that out over a full season, that's over 1,000 with 10 touchdowns. I still think, again, can I assume that Rashee Rice doesn't get arrested again and stays out of trouble? Because if so, he's probably going to be pretty damn good on the field. They just added the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker. They still have Xavier Worthy. Kelsey is at this point not really a weapon anymore, not an elite weapon, surely not what he used to be. But Mahomes, Kenneth Walker, and Rashee Rice, I think, is a better 3 than the top 3 players on the Rams defense, which I would venture to say is Myles Garrett and Kobe Turner and Jalen Watson, who they just got, or Trent McDuffie, whoever you want to add in the secondary there. So I'll go Chiefs offense.
Yeah, look, I agree with PJ on this. I mean, you know how I feel about the Kansas City Chiefs this year. They did nothing to their offensive line. They had no upgrades on their offensive line whatsoever. And then you look at Rashee Rice, and sure, you might say maybe he can stay out of jail. Great. How long is the NFL going to suspend him? Because not only did he go to prison, but he also broke the league substance abuse policy by going to prison when he went because he popped on a test for marijuana. So I don't know how many games Rashee Rice is going to be able to play. I don't trust Xavier Worthy to stay healthy enough to stay on the field. I think Travis Kelce, the newly married Travis Kelce, by the way, is just too damn old, and he's past his prime. I don't think that this team is very good. I think that Patrick Mahomes is great. Don't get me wrong, but I think that this Chiefs team is a 7-win team, 8-win team at the most, and I would go with the Rams defense as well because they're going to be otherworldly. All right.
I agree.
Last one. We got about a minute to go, minute and a half. Would you rather build an MLB team around James Wood or Pete Crow Armstrong? Pat?
Yeah, I'll go with your guy PCA. James Wood, probably the overall better hitter. And what he projects out to be, a guy that is probably, going to hit. He hit 31 home runs with 94 ribbies last year. So, he's probably 35, 40 home runs and 100 RBIs for the next couple of years here. But Pete Crow Armstrong gives you a higher batting average, gives you the stolen bases, which he might have 40 this year. And he gives you the best, as Combs loves to remind us, the best center field defense in baseball. So I'll go PCA.
Yeah, look, I get the argument for PCA. He's a better defender. He steals more bases. He hits for a better average. All the things that Pat was saying. He's got good power. He can hit 30 home runs a year. There's just something about James Wood, man. It's like it's kind of the Aaron Judge factor. Just like something about that 6'7", 6'8" dude in the box and the fear he puts in an opposing pitcher, how good he is at this young of an age. Even though PCA does more, I just rather have James Wood because I just think he's such an elite bat.
Yeah, well, you also liked Cabo Verde, so we'll leave it at that. PCA, baby.
So did you.
I know.
All right, we'll keep the fun rolling. We'll get you an update on Colombia and Ghana, and we'll hit a little hot or cold when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Producer Brandon Combs in the mix. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This, in my opinion, is one of the worst trades in Celtics, if not NBA history, and one that could end up costing Brad Stevens his job. It feels like his Nico Harrison moment.
Ooh, I don't know if it was full Nico, but it has not been received well across the league at all, Chris. And I think for me, the first thing that popped out after you realize, whoa, okay, they actually did it, is the Celtics wanted to get out of the Jaylen Brown business that bad. And as good of a player as he is, and maybe he becomes even better in time, a finals MVP, something is going on there behind the scenes that the Celtics would sit there and go, okay, we're going to make this deal. We're going to make it right now, and we're going to get back the best return we can. 2 future firsts and 2 seconds and taking on Paul George. Okay, I guess. Done. And that, to me, is where I was like, what is happening back there? Because you're right. On the surface, what is Brad Stevens thinking? This is a guy who helped deliver them to a really solid season last year. But I would also tell you, and I know my old friend Bobby Marks got absolutely crushed for at least the full quote of the analytics that everybody bounced around in a much longer interview. But there are people around the league, when you talk to front offices, that are like, Jaylen Brown's a really good player, but is he the number one guy? Is he the guy that you're going to build around for years and years? There's definitely debate about that. So he has a chance to go to Philly now and prove everybody wrong. And the Sixers are lined up absolutely. What would scare me, and we can get into the layers here, but you're banking still on Joel Embiid staying healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody should bet on that. But as far as this deal goes, time will tell. And that deal, I think, scared off lots of people, because if you're paying Jaylen Brown $65 million a year, that's kind of the cost of doing business down the league. I get it, but he's got to stay at the same level year after year after year. But on top of the shock value, I went, something has to be off in that balance in Boston to have a guy that you drafted, you developed, and you moved out anyway.
Yeah, I wonder what that other aspect of the relationship was between Jaylen Brown and the Celtics organization, because on his Twitch stream yesterday, he made it clear to not totally defend Brad Stevenson, but he said, hey, some of the lines of communication with Brad weren't great, but I think there's more to it, sort of alluding to someone or something else in the organization that may have helped push him out the door. I just think when you go from, and I got this sense from everything that Jaylen said yesterday too, was when you go from, hey, we may have to move you to acquire Giannis, I think Jaylen Brown would have been somewhat accepting of that, as long as there was the third team involved that he landed with that he felt good about. And then all of a sudden you pivot to, all right, we're not landing Giannis. We're re-signing Neemias Queta, which happened this morning. And the pivot move is to still trade Jaylen Brown, but to bring in Paul George. I've seen people allude to it as a salary dump. That doesn't quite compute for me, but it's a very strong pivot away from, no, we're all in on winning a title every year, to, okay, we're taking a half step back in an Eastern Conference where annually for the last 10 years, really, we've been right there at the top.
Chris, I can't disagree with any part of it, other than to say Jaylen Brown is one of the most polarizing players in the league, because on the surface you see Finals MVP, you see a guy who plays a lot, especially in these last couple of years, who produces. You see all the things that you would want in a player that you are building around for the long haul. The second part to that, though, is there are a lot of people who sit there and say, all right, Jaylen Brown is a heck of a player. But there is that debate. It's not just analytics. It's when you talk to people in various different positions across the league. You say, okay, well, what about Jaylen Brown? And they go, yep, nice player. But is he the difference maker over and over again? And there is question to that.
A shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser, the Glass Man, with me again tonight, and he'll be with me again on Monday. He's filling in for Brad Evans. Brad on vacation. He'll be back on Tuesday. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. fifth and final hour of this beautiful, glorious Friday night show kicks off right now. Hope everybody's having a tremendous start to your 4th of July weekend. We're here grinding away for you, keeping you entertained on your travels. If you're just hanging out at home, in a lot of areas of the country, it's too damn hot to be outside right now. So if you're hanging out in the calm, cool AC indoors, you got us on. We appreciate you tuning in. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show, we do open phone lines for the final hour. You can call about whatever you want. The talk and text line is 310-840-4910. We started the show by listening to some of the comments from LeBron James' longtime agent, Rich Paul, on his podcast, Game Over with Max Kellerman. And Rich Paul drew up the whole whiteboard. Obviously, he is LeBron James's agent, so he's got as good as inside information as anybody. A little whiteboard with all the different teams that LeBron was serious about. And the Warriors were on there. The Cleveland Cavaliers were on there. The Denver Nuggets were on there. The Sixers were on there as well. And they mentioned the Knicks and how LeBron, there wouldn't have even been a whiteboard if the Knicks did not win the title. LeBron would have been on the New York Knicks. And honestly, I'm glad for a million reasons why the Knicks won the title as a Knicks fan. But yeah, take a hike, LeBron. You didn't want the New York Knicks back in when you made your decision to go to South Beach. The Knicks don't want you now, whether or not they won a title. We talked about that. And also, where do you think LeBron is headed? Because PJ still thinks it's the Warriors. I still think it's going to be the Cavaliers. Where do you think LeBron is headed in free agency? 310-840-4910. We've talked some football. We've talked some basketball as well outside of that. But, man, we were captivated by one of the greatest World Cup game of this tournament and one of the great games in recent memory. Argentina surviving what would have been, without a doubt, the greatest knockout, the greatest upset in World Cup history. Argentina hangs on to beat Cabo Verde in overtime 3-2. Messi scoring another goal early on, assisting on the game-winning corner kick goal in extra time. But PJ, that game is, I'm not going to forget that game anytime soon. That was absolutely brilliant from start to finish. And we nearly got treated with a massive piece of history, but we still got Colombia-Ghana going on. First half, Colombia's up 1-0, but man, that game ended about an hour ago. And I wish we could just rewind time and relive it again.
Pat, I tweeted this out, but that's one of those games that 7-10 years from now, during a random August night, you're going to be searching up YouTube videos of the Argentina-Cape Verde round of 32 game in Miami. That was a good one, man. I mean, we've been treated to some all-timers with Argentina in the last couple World Cups. Their World Cup final against France is probably the greatest soccer game I've ever seen, especially considering it was the final. And this one, just with a David Goliath feel, a 1 versus 16 feel, the GOAT against a country making its debut in the World Cup and their first ever knockout round game. It was unbelievable to watch him go toe-to-toe with Argentina. And it's just so cool, Pat, too, with the game like that, you go on Twitter, you go online, and you just see how many people are watching and how many people can't believe what they're watching and how all of us are just so impressed with Cape Verde and how entertaining that game was for 3 hours. So game of the tournament, we've had so many good games. It feels like we have said that like 5 or 6 times. Pat, I can promise you there will not be another game this tournament that tops that one. It's going to be very, very hard to do so. It's funny, I'm kind of watching this Colombia-Ghana game now, and it's almost like doesn't have the same kind of like steam to it. You know what I mean? It's just like you're watching it, and it's like, all right, like, maybe we get a good game here or whatever. But, I mean, that game was just so good. It's like you said afterwards, we were coming out of break, and you're like, I still haven't caught my breath from watching that one. So, awesome game. Would have been nice because me and Brandon did take some Cape Verde to win the match, qualify for the next round. Really thought they were going to do it. But Argentina, survive and advance. That's the name of the game, and that's what they did. They're marching on. And as we've talked about earlier in the show, Pat, now that they survived this one, they got a favorable draw, man, to make it to the semifinals. They're going to be big favorites in their next few matches. So it's looking good for Messi and company on their quest to repeat.
That's right. 310-840-4910. Argentina is going to play Egypt in the next round. We also ranked our favorite round of 16 games, which begins tomorrow. Canada, Morocco, France versus Paraguay. Again, Team USA playing on Monday night against Belgium. And our friends at BetMGM they have that game as a pick'em. So very 50-50 matchup for the red, white, and blue coming up on Monday night. PJ, we'll be back together on Monday. We'll be live doing the show during the game. And the good news is, even if that game goes to extra time, and even if it goes to penalties, I tracked Egypt and Australia today. That game started at 2, and the penalty shootout ended right around 5 o'clock on the dot, 2 Eastern and 5 Eastern. So a game that goes to extra time and penalties is right around 3 hours on the dot. So pretty good chance we're going to still be on the air no matter how long that game goes on Monday. And hopefully it doesn't go that long. We're not, sweating our absolute asses off. Hopefully it's a nice, easy USA win. But in a game that is supposed to be 50-50, there is a decent chance that puppy goes to extra time. But either way, we will be here on Monday. We'll have a full preview. We'll have a watch party. It'll be a great time on Monday, especially coming off the holiday weekend. You get to just enjoy that USA game on Monday night. I can't wait for it. The more I think about it, PJ, the more confident I am getting that Team USA wins. I know that we're going to be without Faux Balogun, the striker, but I just, the more and more I think about it, Belgium, man, I normally root for Belgium. I got a little bit of Belgian ancestry, not much. Luckily my brother is smart as hell and dedicated as hell. He tracked our family history back to 1875. And so my mom's side, my grandma's grandma was from Belgium, but so I root for them a little bit, but from a neutral standpoint, they are fraudulent. And that was a miracle comeback. They should have been knocked out by Senegal. And so the more I think about it, USA has been a better team this tournament. Maybe they're not a better team if this wasn't played in the U.S. or, in North America. But every game the U.S. plays is going to be in the U.S. And so home field advantage should be enough to get them over the line, especially like you said, playing it in Seattle. That is a massive home field advantage for the red, white, and blue.
Yeah, it definitely is. They're the 12th man. We've all seen what that game, what that stadium looks like when the Seahawks are good in prime time and playoff games. I loved how everybody, Pat, has started to call that game Monday Night Football. That is what we're calling it against Belgium. So it's going to be awesome. True pick'em. And, the Balogun story. I saw a report today that there was somebody for ESPN who was saying that there were a bunch of USA teammates that told Balogun that they were going to win it for him, get him another game. And you knew that would be the consensus, right? That would be the prevailing thought, is that they're going to win it for their guy, for their striker, so that he can play another game. But the Mexico-England atmosphere and the US-Belgium atmosphere are going to be absolutely unbelievable. So can't wait for both of those games, man. They're going to be really good.
Because we were talking about that. You and I had Mexico-England ranked, without a doubt, number 1 on the best games of the next round. I mentioned that according to the Sun, the newspaper in the UK, that England players will be allowed to use Viagra for their match against Mexico to help with the altitude. Another thing that was really important about that game is that I saw earlier today that it was likely to be moved 6 hours ahead of kickoff time.
Saw that. Because
there are some brutal thunderstorms brewing on Monday night in Mexico City. And I think it was the Mexico-Ecuador game that was delayed an hour. That was you and me, right? On, what was that, Tuesday or Wednesday night? That game was delayed by an hour because there was a thunderstorm in the area. There apparently was supposed to be thunderstorms all night on Monday. They were considering moving the game up 6 hours from 8 p.m. Eastern to 2 p.m. Eastern. And I get, for a Sunday, that's not the worst thing. But I was going to go down. I was going down to Wildwood, the Jersey Shore this weekend, tomorrow morning, and I was planning on coming back Sunday. And I was like, oh wow, forget Sunday scaries. I get to come back. I'll be back Sunday evening, have dinner with the girlfriend, and then we'll just strap in for Mexico, England. And I was like, damn, this is going to ruin my plans. I did see the Sun also tweeted 3 hours ago, breaking: England's World Cup match with Mexico set to stay at the original kickoff time. So I guess those thunderstorms that the radars were predicting is maybe going to hold off or at least not be that bad. And so 8 p.m. Eastern Sunday night, you have Monday night football with USA Belgium. Sunday night football, maybe we get Tarico on the call for Mexico England, because that game's going to be incredible. And I'm assuming that is true. I'm hoping that it doesn't change. And I cannot wait for that freaking game, man. I cannot wait. That atmosphere is going to be unbelievable. And you and I are both rooting for Mexico win as the slight underdogs. And I think they're going to pull it off.
I kind of think so too. England's the more talented team. They should win, but no road team wins in Azteca. It is very, very rare. England's looked dicey here in the tournament at times. They were down in the 70th minute to DR Congo 1-0. They tied against Ghana. So they've struggled against some of these inferior teams. Mexico's going to be the best team that they've played so far. And the fact that they got to play them in a true road game is absolutely brutal. So yeah, I mean, that line's come down. You know, England opened about like a minus 145 favorite or so. Now they're down to about the minus 125 range. So there is money coming in on Mexico. I have a feeling that Mexico is going to be a very public side. A lot of people are going to be riding with them. But I agree with you, Pat. I just, you know, it's not a team I want to bet against when they're playing at home. And England is the kind of team I want to fade in that kind of spot, because historically they struggle when the pressure's on. And we know that's what's really plagued them in World Cup in the past. All these years, they have always had the talent to do it. They just cannot finish the job. So that's a terrifying game if you're an England fan. And look, Netherlands-Morocco was the game we both agreed was going to be we thought was the most exciting of the round of 32. That delivered. I think Mexico-England going to deliver as well.
310-840-4910. Let's get to a little hot or cold here. Now that we can't get enough of the World Cup, but we normally kick off the last hour with a little hot or cold. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Combs, what's going on, brother?
Oh, you know, just another day of beating Pat in games and being better than Pat in games.
Rigging
PJ
games.
Being better than Pat in games. It's been crazy. But yeah, no, let's do a little hotter call. I mean, soccer's been phenomenal.
Yeah, and you hated the sport coming in. How do you feel about it now? You turned?
I'm still just gonna be a casual fan. Like, I'll still watch once every 4 years when they're like, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go out and start watching the EPL or anything like that. But no, I mean, look, the Cape Verde game today had me on the edge of my seat. I was hoping for a big upset, but I think any sport, when you tell me, man, there's a huge upset going on right now, I'll turn it on and be interested. That's just kind of how I am. Like, I love chaos in sports.
Yeah. But weren't you were super into the Portugal-Croatia game yesterday too, weren't you?
I didn't watch a lick of the Portugal-Croatia game last night.
Really?
I was watching White Sox and Guardians. Cubs were
wow. So me and PJ were going nuts with that game going on. And
Monty was going nuts. The three of us are going nuts. Brandon was watching Colson Montgomery. That's what he was doing.
and that's why I knew that Braxton Ashcraft was on the list and you didn't.
You know what?
I'm sure that's why. Game that he wasn't even involved in.
All right. Let's do some hot or cold here. You guys just talked about, do you want to do this top one here? I mean, we just talked about it. You wanted to hit it again?
We can skip it.
Argentina.
Yeah, we can skip it. Mm-hmm.
Brendan Sorsby not suing the NFL and preparing for the 27 draft is the first sign of maturity he has shown in the entire process. Hot or cold, PJ?
This is cold. I mean, yeah, you shouldn't sue the NFL. You're the one who screwed up. You're the one who was betting on games. You know what I mean? It's good that he's finally taking... I mean, he took accountability because he admitted to it. Obviously, they were going to let him play college football until there was an outbreak. But, you know, he kind of realizes the situation that he's in. And it is good, I guess, that he's not suing the NFL. But I think he realizes nobody has sympathy for his situation. when he was getting ready to come back to college football, everybody was just getting ready to crucify him for it. So I just don't really think it's like a sign of maturity because he doesn't have any other options at this point. He made his bed. He's got to lay into it. He's got to lay in it and just get ready for the draft next season. Hope a team takes a chance on you. But I'm just going to go cold because I don't really think this shows maturity because he just didn't really have any other option. Suing the NFL with already what he's done is just an absolute terrible look for him.
Yeah, I'm cold as well. I don't think it's the first sign of maturity that he has shown in the entire process. I mean, the process being what? Like, he screwed up, right? He screwed up. Wow, Ghana just made an incredible save, probably saved the game. Colombia nearly went up 2-0. That basically would have been dagger in the first half with how much they've already had a ton of shots and a ton of chances and have outpossessed Ghana. Great save right before halftime.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, like again, he screwed up. He got caught. So if we're including that in the quote unquote process, then okay, maybe not. But like since this whole thing has come about, I think he's kind of taken the right steps. He went to rehab. He was in a rehab facility. And so I think that shows maturity, like and now acknowledging he had a problem and he needed to get help. Now, again, he needed to get help probably if he wanted any chance of playing in college again or getting to the NFL, but that shows maturity, going to a rehab facility and admitting that he had a problem. After that, I think a lot of what we got so angry about was the Texas Tech athletic director and their staff trying to do everything they can to set the runway to bring him back to college. So after that all went down, then he was like, and then, him and his team were like, all right, he's going to try to enter the supplemental draft. And then the NFL declined to hold the supplemental draft. And now he's preparing for the 2027 draft. I think a lot of our anger was directed towards Texas Tech, not necessarily towards Brendan Sorsby. I mean, the kid screwed up for sure. He did something that you should never do, and he ruined the integrity of the sport. But like in this last couple of months, I think he's largely been out of the picture. It's just been the Texas Tech, the university that I've been angry with, that they were trying to get him to come back. And I think there was at one point his family put out a statement that they were like, we feel really uncomfortable about this entire situation, that our son's being thrust into the middle of this because of what the university is trying to do. So I'm not saying I have sympathy for him because he did screw up, but I'm not like, I don't think he's been immature in what has gone down in the last couple months.
Well, here's where I differ in opinion from you guys, is because yes, he went and he sought treatment and all of this other stuff, but I think that was just his way of being like, all right, I can just do this real quick and then I can get back to playing football, as opposed to actually really admitting he had a problem. If he doesn't get caught, does he go to rehab? Because I don't think he does. I don't think he admits that he has a problem if he doesn't get caught. I think that what happened was he got caught and somebody told him, hey, this is what you're going to have to do in order for you to get a second chance. And he was like, all right, let me go and do it. Because look, if my kid comes to me and says, hey, Dad, I have a problem and I need help, I'm going to go and I'm going to get him the help. But for damn sure, once he gets that help, I'm not going to thrust him back into the situation that caused him to have the problem in the first place. So, I know you guys are not parents yet, but you ain't pulling the wool over my eyes, all right? I've got 97 kids. You're not pulling the wool over my eyes. I see what you're doing here. I know what's going on. Like, this is just has been his way. But now, with this being like, hey, look, I'm going to pull back. We're not going to sue the NFL. We're going to do this. I'm going to do this the right way. I'll go get ready for the 27 draft and see if I can turn this thing around and see if I can get a chance to play in the NFL. It's the first time I feel in this process it's actually clicked for him, and he's been like, you know what? Here's what I want to do. Here's the right move. Because everything else so far has just been everybody else telling him, hey, you should do this. Hey, you should do that. And I think he's finally taken the bull by the horn.
All right, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
All right. Next one. The Yankees are going to be a wild card team at best. Pat, hot or cold?
Cold. They'll be a wild card team at worst. They can absolutely still win the division. Now, again, the Yankees are doing what they do every single year. They're on their swoon. They've lost 7 in a row. Right now, they're playing the Minnesota Twins, and they're about to snap a 7-game losing streak. They're up 5-2 in the top of the 8th, although Minnesota does have second and third with 2 outs, so it wouldn't shock me if the Yankees bullpen finds a way to blow this thing here. Josh Bell up at the plate. But, no, the Yankees have plenty of time to recover. I know Tampa Bay has looked really good throughout the last 2 months here. They're 51-33. It's a 4-game lead. Aaron Judge is most likely coming back by the end of the month. And once the Yankees have Aaron Judge back, they'll get rolling again. Again, it wouldn't surprise me if the deficit in the division swells to 7 or 8 games by the time Judge does come back. But again, that's probably worst case scenario. So they're not a wild card team at best. They're a wild card team at worst. And, I love seeing the headlines and on, the fan, should Aaron Boone be fired? Like, we go through this song and dance every single year. He's not getting fired in the middle of the season. They're going to be a playoff team. And then it just comes down to, once again, whether or not they can hit with runners in scoring position and whether or not the bullpen can pitch. They've gotten knocked out by just teams that were flat out better than them the last couple of years in the postseason. The Blue Jays being last year, who get to the World Series and should have beaten the Dodgers. So, no, the Yankees are a wild card team at worst. They still have an incredible pitching staff. When Judge is healthy, the lineup is really good. It masks a lot of the flaws it does have. Judge, Stanton, those guys are coming back soon. Now, the Yankees are still a top 5 team in baseball, so cold for me.
Yeah, I'm with Pat. Cold on this as well. The Yankees will be a wild card team at worst. What's kind of brutal for the Yankees right now is they're on their long losing streak and Tampa is on a long winning streak. So it's like a double whammy right now for the Yankees. In a normal sense, this losing streak, they're probably still tied for the division, but because Tampa's won 8 in a row, they're 4 games back. Those things will level out. Like Pat said, Judge will be back. Other hitters in their lineup will be back. The rotation is starting to come together. They'll be fine. They do this every year. And the luxury that they have, we've talked about this plenty of times, the American League wild card absolutely stinks. Right now, all the teams currently in the playoff picture are above 500. But Houston, who's currently 2.5 games back of Seattle for that final spot, they are 43-46. And every team below them is also below 500. So the American League just does not have very many good teams. Fortunately for the Yankees, they can go through a slide like this and still be fine. I do like Tampa to win the division, but the Yankees definitely are way more likely to win the division than they are just completely falling out of the playoff picture.
Yeah, it's not often that I agree with Pat, but I agree with Pat on this one too. And same thing with you, PJ. Like I think that the Yankees are a wild card team at worst. For the same reason that you said, PJ, it's the same reason why I think that the White Sox are going to continue to be a playoff team throughout the season, because I don't think that there's anybody good enough in the American League that if any of these teams that are up there, the Guardians, the Mariners, the White Sox, the Yankees, the Tampa Bay Rays, have a long slide, there's not a team that's going to run away from them. The rest of the American League is not catching up. They're not running away from anybody. So, yeah, for me, I think that the Yankees are a wild card team at worst.
Okay, very good. We will take a short break. When we come back, it has been a loaded Friday night of baseball with a lot of the best pitchers in baseball on the mound. So we'll get you a baseball scoreboard update with some of the big performers tonight. And we've got a bunch of text messages we've got to get to. We did not forget. We've got a handful that came through during that wild Argentina game. So now that we've had a little bit to breathe, we will get to your text messages. If you want to get in on the phones, 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Yes, I love James Cook, okay? That's why I have the Bills ranked number 5. I love James Cook. But what exactly is behind him if something happens to James Cook? What happens? If you got to go with Ty Johnson or Ray Davis or Frank Gore Jr., I think I'd rather have Frank Gore Sr. backing up James Cook. So I love James Cook, but eventually, as much as they run him, they're going to run him into the ground. Maybe it's not this year. Maybe I'm proven wrong. And the Bills running back room once again proves to be the best in the league because of the singular talent of James Cook. But I got him all the way down at number 5 because I just don't believe in the depth behind them. Again, I'll open the floor to anyone else on the show to disagree with me after I give you my power rankings. Number 4 is the only 1-2 punch that I have ranked in the top 5. And it's Kyren Williams and Blake Corum, the Rams. This is a really good 1-2 punch. Like, I considered vaulting them higher in the rankings because I love what Kyren Williams does as a dual threat back. And I also love Blake Corum. I think he's going to take another leap. I mean, he averaged 5 yards a carry last year, but I think he's going to take yet another leap based on some of the offseason stuff we've seen from him into year 3. I think it's the best 1-2 punch in the league, Kyren Williams and Blake Corum. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, and I went back and forth with the top 3 a good bit before I settled on this ranking. Number 3, it pains me to put Jahmyr Gibbs behind anybody, but I have the Lions number 3. Look, he's still the most explosive threat, I think, the most singular explosive threat of any running back in the league, Jahmyr Gibbs. But I think losing David Montgomery as the complementary back to him is a big loss, especially when you consider the drop-off to Isaiah Pacheco. I'm not a fan of Pacheco, and I think that is a massive drop-off. I mean, if it leads you to using Gibbs even more somehow, then hey, I guess that can't be a bad thing. But inevitably, you're going to have reps that go to Pacheco, and I don't think he's nearly on par with Demo. So the downgrade from David Montgomery to Isaiah Pacheco as the backup or the complementary back to Jahmyr Gibbs keeps the Lions at number 3 for me. Number 2, again, it's about a singular talent, a singular dual threat talent who I think is in a perfect opportunity to get used correctly this year. Maybe used, really, truly used correctly for the first time in his career. Bijan Robinson in Atlanta. Kevin Stefanski comes in. And look, was Kevin Stefanski necessarily... is he necessarily worthy of Coach of the Year? I mean, I guess anybody that gets the Browns to the playoffs deserves that. But what I like about Stefanski is that he knows how to use backs. And the other part of this, too, is that whether it's Tua or Michael Penix Jr. as quarterback, I think with all the weapons in that offense, they're going to end up leaning on Bijan as a security blanket out of the backfield. And so I think Bijan is due to finally get used correctly and maybe have the biggest season of his career so far. And yet I still only have him number 2. Who could I possibly have number 1 then? I'm not doing this. I know exactly what Kenny's going to say. Well, Penn State. Philadelphia, Saquon Barkley is due for a massive bounce-back season. Massive bounce-back season. And I really like the complimentary piece in Tank Bigsby, who averaged nearly 6 yards a carry last year. When they gave Bigsby the ball, he made things happen.
games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. I am one half away from a perfect round of 32 in the World Cup. Me and PJ filled out our brackets the other day. And if Colombia, who's beating Ghana 1-0 at the half, holds on to win, I'll have predicted every game perfectly. Now, the asterisk to that, PJ, as you remember, is that we were 3 games into the knockout stage when we decided to do this. That's nothing really we could control. The knockout stage began, on Sunday? And so, we already had 3 games in the books and we decided to do this. The Paraguay upset over Germany, I will be honest, there's no way I would have predicted that. But that had already gone final, so we gave ourselves those 3 as gimmies. But the 13 games since, I'm 13 for 13 if Colombia holds on to beat Ghana. Round of 16 kicks off tomorrow. Cannot wait for that. So that's what's going on with the World Cup. Team USA on Monday night against Belgium. Let's get a couple of baseball updates here. Speaking of which, Monty just alerted us, our Let's Go Streaking. We will not be going perfect tonight because it looks like Jonathan Aranda is going to go over. And that's a damn shame. That is a darn shame because I had Luis Ariz and he's already got a knock. But yeah, it's the bottom of the 9th in Houston. Tampa Bay's up 3-1. Jonathan Aranda 0 for 4. So unless the Astros come back and you get at least 10, 11 innings, Aranda's going to go 0 for, and Monty's streak will come to an end at, I believe it was 3 or 4. And so there is that. PJ, you had Otto Lopez, though. He already got a knock. So I now believe your percentage goes back in front of Monty. You're now 13 out of 16. That's 81.3%. And with that loss, Monty goes to 40 out of 50, which is 80%. So PJ, congrats. Outside of Kate, who is a perfect 6 for 6, you got the best percentage out of anybody on the show, whether they're the full-time crew or not.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, just ride with the Marlins, man. They're the hottest team in baseball right now. Lopez already a couple hits. They're up 7-0 over the A's right now. So shame Bobby Witt couldn't come through last night, or we'd have a streak of 4 in a row, I believe, maybe 3 in a row. But yeah, good to get back on track with Otto. But it's tough, man, hitting all 4. It just always seemed like it comes down to one of us, and it usually comes down to the 9th inning. I've done a couple of these shows where it feels like nights we've hit it, it's come down to one guy in the 9th inning trying to get like a meaningless base hit. So anytime you're dealing with stuff like that, always tough.
By the way, going through the rest of this Friday night slate, how pathetic are the Mets? I mean, when you think it can't get worse, like they just say, hold my beer. I don't think they had 6 errors tonight or that they did anything ridiculously sloppy, but they lose to the Braves 5-3, and so they're 36-52. The Mets are 2-11 in their last 13 games. And this is a 4-game series with Atlanta, and they never play well at the Chop House or whatever the hell they call it. I know they have the Chop House in the stadium in Atlanta. That's what I always call it, because you got Chris Sale going tomorrow against Manaea. The one gem that they've got is on Sunday, Nolan McLean will pitch, and he's going up against Martin Perez, who even then hasn't had a bad season. And then on Sunday, it's Freddie Peralta, who's just been downright terrible against Reynaldo Lopez, who I believe is only made... Oh, what's the deal with Reynaldo Lopez? Wasn't he like a full-time starting pitcher for them last year, and he's like been pitching half the games like as an opener? What I don't understand what the deal is with Reynaldo Lopez. I haven't been locked in enough.
No, maybe
he pitches on Sunday for Atlanta.
Yeah, maybe Brandon or Monty. No, because you're right. Lopez, I mean, he was a really good starter for them.
He was phenomenal.
You're right.
He had a 1.99 ERA last year, and this year he's pitched in 20 games, and he's only made 7 starts.
7 starts. Yep, exactly. Yeah, in his last few, I mean, he pitched 1 inning against the Mets, 2 innings, 3. Yeah, so it looks like he's kind of been in the opener role. But he did throw 5 innings on Wednesday against St. Louis. That's bizarre. Yeah, I do not know what they've been doing with Lopez. Maybe they were just kind of saving him. Maybe he's on an innings limit or something like that, and they're just ramping him up here for the second half.
I did a quick Google search, and it says Ronaldo Lopez is working as a starting pitcher for the Braves, rejoining the rotation after a brief stint in the bullpen. He was temporarily moved in late April to work through mechanical issues in his delivery and rebuild his pitch consistency in lower leverage situations. Yeah, April 27th, there was an article, Braves move Ronaldo Lopez to bullpen to work on flaws. I mean, how bad could it have been? The first month of the season, the guy had a 1.99 ERA. You want to talk about like not having any belief? I mean, whatever. I'm not a major league manager.
That's crazy.
But anyway,
but you know,
the Braves
good to be the Braves.
Braves beat
Bears and riches.
Yeah. Braves beat the Mets again today, 5-3. So Atlanta's 51-35. The Mets are 36-52. I mean, PJ, I went scorched earth on them last week when they fired Mendy. You know, when they fired manager Carlos Mendoza, and I said David Stearns needs to go. He's the disgrace. He's the one that built this team, and I think you just resign yourself at this point to the fate that is going to be their season. There's no miracle coming here. Like imagine going into this season where the Mets win total was 90.5. Like, imagine thinking, yeah, they're going to be 16 games behind the Braves in the NL East by 4th of July weekend. I would have said that half the team would have had to have broken their legs. Just can't believe this team's that bad.
I mean, they got the worst. They're right there at the bottom of the league. I mean, the Angels are 36-52. The Rockies are playing right now, but going into tonight's game, they're 35-53. So they're right there. And the Royals are 35-53 too. I mean, they're right now, they're truly one of the worst teams in baseball with that payroll. So you're right. Stearns, I don't know how Cone can let him find the next manager. I mean, if you're gonna get rid of Mendoza, you gotta just totally tear it down, because clearly it's just the Stearns experiment is not working at all, and you got to go elsewhere. I don't think they're going to do that. I know a lot of Mets fans wish they would do that, but they need to full reset. It's, having a rich owner sometimes isn't the best thing in the world, because as great as it is to buy anybody that you can, you necessarily don't spend the money wisely. And the Mets have definitely not spent a majority of their money wisely. And outside of that magical run that they had the year they went to the NLCS, they have been a horrendous baseball team the last 3 years.
Yeah. Yes, they have. They really have the last year and a half. All right. PJ, your Orioles, nice 3-0 win tonight. Trevor Rogers goes 5 strong, and a little Samuel Basallo 2-run bomb. What do you think? Your O's starting to turn it around here. They're 7 games under 500. What's the hope scale for the glass man with the O's?
Oh, there's no hope, Pat. This team stinks. They absolutely stink. So it's nice that they beat the White Sox the other day. They took care of business against the Reds tonight. Rogers has been pitching a lot better lately. He was good. He was so good last year. He was really good to start this season, maybe the first 4 or 5 games. Then like his next 6 or 7 starts, did not pitch all that well. But now his last 5 or 6, he has been terrific. So whatever little slide he went through, he has adjusted really nicely, and he's turned back into the ace that the Orioles were banking on him being this season. He's really the only guy you can trust in that rotation. Bradish is usually pretty good too. He's a little bit more volatile, but anytime Trevor Rogers pitches, that's the night you more than likely want to bet the Orioles, because he's not a big name. The Orioles haven't been a good team the last couple of years, and if they go up against a decent team, they're always going to be an underdog. But with Rogers on the mound, they're usually a solid first 5 bet or even a full game money line bet. But it's good to see he pitched well again tonight. And yeah, man, they're not good, Pat. They're just, and The thing with the Orioles is we knew the pitching was going to be the big question mark, but we all thought the lineup would be really good. And the lineup just isn't good. Gunnar has sucked this year. Tyler O'Neill has been an absolute train wreck. Adley's been good. Basayo's been good. Taylor Ward's been pretty good. But Jackson Holiday hasn't been good since coming back. Westberg's been out the whole year. Kowser hasn't been good. Their lineup, just all these guys that were top prospects that you thought would be good pros, have bounce back years, just hasn't been the case.
Well, they did get a win tonight. And like I said, 7 games under. Maybe get a little healthier. I'm trying to talk some hope into you, Peach.
I appreciate you. Talking to the wrong guy, but I appreciate you.
All right, and then real quick,
not going to get full.
Live. Yeah. One last quick live scoreboard update here on a big Friday night of baseball to kick off 4th of July. All right, let me give the update, and then I'll tell you my problem with Manfred. Ohtani watch. Shohei on the mound tonight and leading off for the Dodgers. He already got touched up in the first inning. Gavin Sheets RBI single. Padres lead 1-0, but Ohtani threw 2 innings. Just that one hit allowed 5 strikeouts already. He walked the first 2 guys to begin the game. He walked Tatis and Cronenworth, so he put himself in his own hole there, and that's why the Sheets single, the only hit, got home a run. But after that, Ohtani looks like he's starting to settle in nicely. 2 innings, 5 Ks, 1 run allowed. Michael King, so far, really good through 2 innings, and the Padres lead the Dodgers 1-0, which, again, I mean, this doesn't even matter. The Dodgers are like 19,000 games ahead in the NL West already, so just crazy. They've wrapped up the division before the All-Star break.
It's 13 games. I couldn't believe it when I saw that. San Diego's lost 6 in a row. They're hitting their slide too. That division, we talked about it yesterday. All the other 5 divisions have a chance to be really good through September. The NL West is the one that is not. That here in July, I think it's already safe to call the Dodgers will be your NL West champions.
All right. When we come back, final segment, 2 things. One, a big issue that I have with stupid Rob Manfred. And then also, are you rooting for Joey Chestnut tomorrow? Why? I hope he loses in embarrassing fashion. I'll explain when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
This, in my opinion, is one of the worst trades in Celtics, if not NBA history, and one that could end up costing Brad Stevens his job. It feels like his Nico Harrison moment.
Ooh, I don't know if it was full Nico, but it has not been received well across the league at all, Chris. And I think for me, the first thing that popped out after you realize, whoa, okay, they actually did it, is the Celtics wanted to get out of the Jaylen Brown business that bad. And as good of a player as he is, and maybe he becomes even better in time, a finals MVP, something is going on there behind the scenes that the Celtics would sit there and go, okay, we're going to make this deal. We're going to make it right now, and we're going to get back the best return we can. 2 future firsts and 2 seconds and taking on Paul George. Okay, I guess. Done. And that, to me, is where I was like, what is happening back there? Because you're right. On the surface, what is Brad Stevens thinking? This is a guy who helped deliver them to a really solid season last year. But I would also tell you, and I know my old friend Bobby Marks got absolutely crushed for at least the full quote of the analytics that everybody bounced around in a much longer interview. But there are people around the league, when you talk to front offices, that are like, Jaylen Brown's a really good player, but is he the number one guy? Is he the guy that you're going to build around for years and years? There's definitely debate about that. So he has a chance to go to Philly now and prove everybody wrong. And the Sixers are lined up absolutely what would scare me, and we can get into the layers here, but you're banking still on Joel Embiid staying healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody should bet on that. But as far as this deal goes, time will tell. And that deal, I think, scared off lots of people because if you're paying Jaylen Brown $65 million a year, that's kind of the cost of doing business down the league. I get it, but he's got to stay at the same level year after year after year. But on top of the shock value, I went, something has to be off in that balance in Boston to have a guy that you drafted, you developed, and you moved out anyway.
Yeah, I wonder what that other aspect of the relationship was between Jaylen Brown and the Celtics organization, because on his Twitch stream yesterday, he made it clear to not totally defend Brad Stevenson, but he said, hey, some of the lines of communication with Brad weren't great, but I think there's more to it, sort of alluding to someone or something else in the organization that may have helped push him out the door. I just think when you go from, and I got this sense from everything that Jaylen said yesterday too, was when you go from, hey, we may have to move you to acquire Giannis, I think Jaylen Brown would have been somewhat accepting of that as long as there was the third team involved that he landed with that he felt good about. And then all of a sudden you pivot to, all right, we're not landing Giannis. We're re-signing Neemias Queta, which happened this morning. And the pivot move is to still trade Jaylen Brown, but to bring in Paul George. I've seen people allude to it as a salary dump. That doesn't quite compute for me, but it's a very strong pivot away from, no, we're all in on winning a title every year to, okay, we're taking a half step back in an Eastern Conference where annually for the last 10 years, really, we've been right there at the top.
Chris, I can't disagree with any part of it other than to say Jaylen Brown is one of the most polarizing players in the league because on the surface, you see finals MVP, you see a guy who plays a lot, especially in these last couple of years, who produces. You see all the things that you would want in a player that you are building around for the long haul. The second part to that, though, is there are a lot of people who sit there and say, all right, Jaylen Brown is a heck of a player. But there is that debate. It's not just analytics. It's when you talk to people in various different positions across the league. You say, okay, well, what about Jaylen Brown? And they go, yep, nice player. But is he the difference maker over and over again? And there is question to that.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Last chance to get aboard the phones. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Final couple of minutes before we get our weekend started. 4th of July weekend. Although, PJ, you doing any shows this weekend on the network, or are you enjoying the 4th of July?
Oh, yes. I'll be on air tomorrow with Austin Huff, 11 a.m. to 4, and then I'll be doing the show with Chris Mack on Sunday from noon to 4 as well.
Wow. So you're going double dip, and then you're back with me on Monday. The Glass Man, he don't stop.
I'm a hardworking guy, Pat. Hardworking guy.
Well, that's for damn sure. I was never insinuating anything other than that. But, man, you did Monday, Tuesday with me, Thursday, Friday. You're working tomorrow, Sunday, and you're back with me on Monday. He's a gym rat, as Monty said. PJ never sleeps. That's from Michael Montgomery.
I'm actually a FIFA rat, which is why Monty's in trouble when we play. That's what I am.
Oh, you guys got to play. You guys have to play.
We do have to play.
I don't even have a PS5 anymore. I had one of me and my roommates, old roommates got one, and then when he moved out, freaking idiot, when he moved in with his girl, he was like, I'll pay you $150 to give me the PS5. I was like, I mean, Seems like a fair deal to me, considering we got it like 2 years before that, and it was $500. So you want to give me $150 for a console that's 2 years old? That's fine. But now I kind of wish I had it, because I wish I still could play FIFA.
What are you doing this weekend? You said you're going to the beach tomorrow?
Speaking of which, 2-0 Colombia. This is done. Terrible turnover by Ghana. They're toast.
Pat, they're going to the semis, I'm telling you. I think that's the best team on the bottom.
Oh, never mind. Sorry,
that,
PJ, offsides.
Of course. I got to wait to say those things. I got to give myself like a 3-minute buffer because that happens all the time. All the time. I still think they're going to win, though. But, they're going to – if they win, they get Switzerland in the next round. And then I think they're going to win that game. They get Argentina then most likely in the quarters, and I think that's when Messi and the boys are going down. So Colombia's that's the dark horse team that I like.
Yeah, look, I don't blame you for that. I'm cracking up about our show chat. Monty said PS5, it's all about Xbox. And Combs says Xbox is for people who live in their mom's basement. Monty said, I do live in my in-laws' basement, so. Hey, save up, man. Buy that house. I'm the idiot. I'm the one that's been renting an apartment for 5 years. So, you do what you got to do.
That Philly rent got to be a lot better than that New York City rent, though.
Oh, without a doubt, Peach. Without a doubt, man. Brother.
God,
all right, two last things on the docket I wanted to get to. And that is, as Colombia's got another chance and they rifle it right at the Ghana goalie, who does make a great save. But, man, they've been dominating. And, Peach, I'm just starting to get the feel, maybe we got a big upset because you have so many opportunities. You don't convert. You got an offsides. You have a wide open goal that you just hit it anywhere but the goalie and it's a goal, and you don't score. I'm rooting for the Ghanaians. Which, by the way, I looked that up in the break because I was planning on saying that, and I was like, is it Ghanese? It's Ghanaians. All right.
It's not Ghanaians?
Quickly. I'm going to hit you rapid fire. Two things. One, Rob Manfred's an idiot because you had a 4th of July weekend kicking off today. We had one afternoon game, and it was at Wrigley, which like every Friday is an afternoon game at Wrigley. Other than that, every game was 6:45 p.m. Eastern or later. Tomorrow, the 4th of July, you have 2 games that start before 4 p.m. Eastern. Pirates Nationals at 11 a.m., which I guess you kind of have to because you're in D.C., right? And then Twins Yankees at 1:35. Every other game is 4 p.m. Eastern or later. How do you not have a ton of 1 o'clock games? I guess the 4 o'clock Eastern, and there's only 2 4 o'clock Eastern games, and one of them in Seattle, so that's at 1 o'clock local. If you have a bunch of 4 o'clock local games, I get it, because right after 7 o'clock, sun is starting to set, you hit the fireworks, bang, boom. But, you got, 8, 10 out of the 15 games tomorrow at 7 o'clock local time or later. What are we doing? Rob Manfred and the scheduling folks, MLB, are stupid. Absolutely stupid. And the other thing, I hope Joey Chestnut loses tomorrow. I hate Joey Chestnut. He's a loser. He's a fraud. And we don't have enough time for me to explain why, but I hope he loses. I want anarchy.
Have you been to Coney Island?
I have not.
Okay. I went there a year ago, and it's, one of those things where it's so much smaller in person than it looks on TV. But I was not expecting you to be an anti-Joey Chestnut guy. I got to get that story on Monday after hopefully he loses. I don't know if he's going to, because he's just so much better than everybody else. But, Cape Verde almost won today. So maybe we'll get an upset, Pat.
Maybe. All right, that's all we have time for. Great show, great week of shows. PJ, can't wait to do Monday with you when we got USA versus Belgium on the cards. Everybody have a great and safe 4th of July weekend. Thanks to Combs, thanks to Monty, thanks to PJ, thanks to Mike back at the Westwood One Studios, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, everybody else. I'm Pat Boyle. Have a great weekend.
This is Rich Paul talking about how everything changed with the Jaylen Brown trade.
Philadelphia, everything changed.
Do they have his attention as Windhorst is reporting?
How could you not have the attention when you have Maxey, Edgecombe, Brown, Embiid?
They're missing. All they really need here is a power forward who can think the game and shoot.
That's why he's in the middle.
That's it. I mean, it is the perfect place for him right now. LeBron shouldn't be considering any other spots. Look, if Philly ends up backing away, then, okay, maybe you go back to the old Golden State, Miami, Cleveland well. And you salve your financially related ego with whoever is willing to move around the most money and trade out contracts and get you the biggest number. And then you go on your retirement tour and you throw up the chalk every night and you get some rocking chairs in different cities and all that. And it'll still be the LeBron James retirement tour in his final season. But we'll all know that it's not legitimately to chase a title. We'll know that the cap is maybe at best conference finals. Maybe at absolute best. You go to Philly, you fit in that lineup. I don't care if they're only paying you the absolute veteran minimum. What is it, like $3 million? If you're LeBron James and all you really care about in playing your final season is winning a title, that's the spot to go. That's where LeBron should go, is Philadelphia. Kenny, you heartily disagree.
Who knows what he's going to end up deciding? But Chris, to your point about Philly, it makes a whole lot of sense when you look at what they have in place now as well. The only thing I'd caution is I wouldn't go mortgaging any kind of future assets to go land LeBron for a year because by all rights, this is probably going to be it.